Hi. Whew, we made it. I made it anyways. I left my house like 15 minutes later than I was supposed to. Hi, Moothie. Hi, Displacer. Hi, Danny. Hi. Hi, Allie. Hello, Americans. Please remember to vote. Yes, Meyer, very much so. Also, today, if you live in Arizona, today is the last day for early voting. I'm sorry, I jump scared you. So, if you are planning to early vote, please make it to an early voting site. Let me see if I can find a link. Hold on. Arizona early voting site list. I will put a list in the description for people who are early voting to find a location that is near you, because it's very, very important. Definitely go exercise your civic right to vote, regardless of where you are, but, especially now. Is it ableist to describe a lack of intellectual or athletic ability as a shortcoming? If so, I don't want to include that phrase in my paper. I would say yes. In my opinion, yes. And for what it's worth, if it's a question of like making the point for a paper and not like unnecessarily exhausting yourself, it is important to remember that a lot of clinical research and data includes things like that, which is bad, obviously. And I don't think it's something that's going to get you like a demerit on your paper necessarily. It's something that maybe you can include, and also with like a caveat of like, these things have been labeled, blah, blah, blah. But, for what it's worth, I think there's nuance around that. We can't see you. I'm so sorry, Discord. Hold on. Let me fix it. There we go. Sorry, y'all. It's a wreck today. I'm not even going to lie to you. Ashley leaves Steven. Y'all know what I meant. But also I love that, Mickey mixes up the men immediately right out of the gate. So if you have Mickey mixes up the men, then you can mark that on your bingo card because, wow. Yes, vote, and follow up with vote tracking. It is so simple. I tracked me and Aaron's ballots last night. Literally all I had to do was Google Pima County voting tracker, and I pulled up the, what is it called? Hold on, I'll just Google it and tell you guys what it's called. Recorder's office, or ballot counter, or ballot tracker. Pima County ballot tracker. Yeah, the Pima County recorder's office. So if you Google like your county and the words recorder office, there is likely a feature that will allow you to track your ballot and make sure that it actually got to where it was meant to go, especially if you live in a place that has struggled or has had issues with folks lighting ballot boxes on fire or ballots being tampered with. Go double check that your ballot has been actually sent to where it's meant to go, because we've had issues, I think, in Washington, maybe Oregon. One of the PNW states I saw for sure, somebody lit a ballot box on fire. Literally, what is the U.S.? What is the U.S.? But just double check that your ballot has actually been counted. And if it hasn't, reach out to your recorder's office and ask them to rectify the situation. Make sure that you're like very clear that you suspect that your ballot was one of the ones that was in a ballot box that was lit on fire or tampered with or something to that effect. I have taken a couple days off due to COVID. Oh, Michelle, I'm so sorry you got sick. COVID sucks. I have the PTO to take today off too. Should I? I'm feeling okay to work from home, but I don't know what I'm doing and my mentor is offline. I mean, using one's PTO, I think, is a personal decision because, like, if it's me, I'm like, take the day off, right? But if that's like your last day of PTO and you don't know if you're going to get more and you want to save it for like in case you get sick or something comes up, I think that's super valid. So I don't know, like lots to consider there, but I think it's up to you ultimately. Resting is a human right and morally neutral and something we should be, allowed to do more personally. In California, got my ballot mailed back the next day after I got it. 3 days later, I got a text from my county that it was received and counted. Oh, that's so confusing. What the hell? There's only one party lighting ballot boxes on fire. Let's be very clear about that. And it's the party who endlessly bitches and moans about election tampering and voter tampering and blah, 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 blah. They're also, oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell was that? Why did my computer just blue screen of death? Oh my God. Oh my God. What on earth? This is not what I needed today. This is not what I needed. What on earth? Okay. Hopefully it's still working. Technical difficulties, bingo square. What on earth was that? Woo, that is so stressful. Computer, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, hold on. Let me pin this back where it's supposed to go. You go there and you go there. We're going to minimize Netflix right quick. What in the fresh fuck was that? This is not what I needed today, you guys. What is this? Discord. Why the fuck do I have Teams? I don't even use Teams. I don't think I've ever opened Teams in my entire life. Okay. That's all fine. Do I have a fucking notification from OBS? Woo. Literally, yeah, you can get the technical difficulties square. There's no way you got bingo yet, Andrea. No. Unless you are counting stuff that you know happens, but I haven't seen yet, because there's no way. Also, for what it's worth, if you were one of the like 10 people who, hold on. YouTube is not receiving enough video. Why? What's going on? If you're one of the 10 people who generated a bingo card before I fixed the rules to allow you to put your name in it, and you do win, please just send me a DM either on Discord or on Instagram with the words bingo winner first, please. And let me know what your name was, your Discord or YouTube username, please. I want y'all to know that my heart was like pounding. Wow, that was very stressful. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but I didn't love it, I have to say. Okay, let's see here. I don't really want to do that though. Can we just like, can I do the bingo card? Yes. Hi, is it Carola or Carla? You're absolutely welcome to play bingo. Anybody can play. Anybody can win cool stuff. There's lots of cool shit happening. Hold on. Error. Danny, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Perfect timing. Elizabeth Daly, Alexandra Wilson, Carola, Betsy B. Woodwarp, Lady Gold, Claire Davis, Madison B. Frida. I think that's everybody. Welcome to the McNugs. Thank you, Danny, for gifting 10 memberships. And also, if you have somebody gifts memberships on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Oh, Carolina. Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Great. Lovely to see you again. Hi. Nice to see you too. Thanks for coming to the stream, my friend. My internet went weird right at 3. The universe doesn't want me to watch this train wreck. I know. What is freaking happening? Okay. My OBS is being super weird. So let me try to fix this. There we go. Okay. Seems like it's fine. Seems like it's all fine. YouTube will update itself. Screen broadcasting has stopped. Okay. Whatever. So annoying. I don't know what is going on today, you guys, but it's all a wreck. I'm like, did the internet in my building go out for a split second? Or like, what was that? Let me make sure that this is working, because it's not anymore. There we go. And then we'll just broadcast that again, because what the hell? Start broadcast. Been a cult member for 14 months. Danny, love you so much. Thank you for being a McNug for 14 months. And just to clarify, we are not, in fact, a cult. So that everyone is aware. That's not what we do here. It's a joke. It's a joke. No, we are not a cult. Yeah, if you have, Mickey says we're not a cult on your bingo sheet, you can mark that off. Just flying through the squares today. Flying through them. My God. Okay. That should be working again. Netflix has technical difficulties on my card, but this seemed different. There are 2 separate squares for the reunion. Netflix has technical difficulties and Mickey has technical difficulties. So unless you have the Mickey has technical difficulties square, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait and see if Netflix does. Since when did you change your hair? A few weeks ago, I think. I decided to go with a darker color for fall/winter so that we can do a cute little shadow root moment and let my hair grow out because she was getting a little crispy. Also, can we just talk about, I don't know if you guys can see them. Oh, you can. Look at me, you guys. I'm turning into Claire Saffitz. I'm so honored. Look at all my gray hairs. I love them so much. I don't know if you can see. Hold on. Let me pull this out from underneath there. Look at the underside. Look at them. I'm trying to look at the playback so you can see them. Look. I love them. I have gray hairs. Isn't that so exciting? Okay, hold on. What notification was that? Tell me your secrets, because what the hell was that? Stay up to date. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Oh, of course. Microsoft Defender was like, don't worry, we ran a scan. Don't care. Thank you. And also, that's probably what crashed my frickin' computer. Does elections recent politics count? What do you mean? I think so too. I was literally talking to Erin and one of our friends that I think it's so fun that we get to celebrate the privilege of getting old together. I was so sad when my gray hair falls out. I'm like, no, stay in there. I know. Anytime I see them fall out when I'm like redoing my hair and stuff, I'm like, no, come back. My daycare kids call my grays my magic hair. Okay, love that. I'm remarking the elections politics square. The elections politics square was meant for like if they bring it up on the reunion. Give it time. Give it time. We'll see. Remind me later if you still are wanting to make a case for it and there's no election or politics mention on the actual show. Excuse. Looking like Paloma Diamond with those silvers. I don't know who that is, but I am honored to be in company with that person. Hi Lou. Okay, perfect. That's what I was doing right before stream started. That's also why things were a little late. Okay, I don't know why my thing is telling me that the quality is still really poor because it seems like it's fine. I don't know. It's from 12/14. We'll see if it updates itself. I wonder if someone will mention Trump's insanely racist campaign ad targeted at Hispanic voters. Oh, God. I have to be honest. I try to avoid any mention of that man, even in political content that is, like, in criticism of him, because I just refuse to go back to the 2016 place where, like, my entire social media and news feed and, like, everything was filled with mention of that man. Like, I refuse to give him that much space in my life, you know? Yes, I'm not letting him steal my joy. Fuck that guy. Just a reminder that the YouTube chat is a shared space, so please avoid using language that could trigger others. Thank you. Thank you, Allie. I don't know what that's in reference to, but bless. Good reminder nonetheless. Also, big shout out to our mods. Thank you very much for everything that they do, because we could literally not run bingo without them. Oh, it's just a reminder. Okay, great. Literally could not run bingo without them. And the streams too, honestly. Like, the chat sometimes is like a little bit difficult for me to manage. We're doing a lot of things, and so thank you very much to the mods. Hi, Marzana. I color my hair with henna, and my silver hairs turn out this brilliant copper. Ooh, that's so cool, biological clock. I love that. Eric, you do. I know that not all of our mods are able to be clocked in for the streams necessarily, but that doesn't mean that they don't do stuff. And also, I think the, like, I don't know, understanding that if I asked any of the mods to do something, that they'd be like, on it, got it, you know? Hi, Mark. How's it going? I was worried for a moment that I made a mistake. No worries, Cobblejen. Danny, thank you so much for the $5 super chat to clarify that I was joking about the vehicle. That's why I put the jokey tag. Sorry, Mickey. No, Danny, you're fine. I know that you're joking. I would like to think that after all of this time spent together that I know when you're being a silly goose, and that came across as being a silly goose. But thank you nonetheless for clarifying and for the $5. You could have just put it in the chat. Oh, also, yeah, actually, if you have somebody super chats then on your bingo card, you can mark that off. The Discord chat, as always, being the place to be for timely and really fun GIF reacts. Also, hi, Joe. I see you. Sending you big love, my friend. Doing the autistic over-explaining thing. Honestly, you're in good company. It's hard not to. Mark's in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. It looks like it went away. Everything is all better now. I don't know what that was about. That was very stressful. Oh. There. Okay. Well, also good update. Thank you, Allie. Hold on. I had to swallow. So if you, someone's going to take that out of context. If you use the link from today to generate bingo cards, then that's the reunion cards. There are a fair amount of them already. Hold on, Allie, I'm going to send it to you. Posting in the mods chat. The cards from last week for the like regular Love is Blind bingo, separate card, separate thing. I didn't even bother deleting those because those are not the cards that we're using today. I didn't like repurpose them like I normally do. So that might be why, Allie. You might be looking at the cards from last week. I just put the link in the chat though. Okay. No, you're good, Allie. It's kind of, I don't think we've had a bingo stream yet that we're like, wow, that was a smooth, like well-oiled machine. Yes, Gems, I updated the Nightbot. I say someone, you can just say my name. Christine, that's true. Litterbox Hero, welcome to the Snosh Blossoms. My God, I'm so honored to have you. Thanks for coming. Or coming back, I think. You've been a Snosh Blossom before. Time to buy my own cult uniform. Rude and also sweet. The instructions for joining the Discord server should be in your benefits here on YouTube. If they're not, let me or a mod know, and we can reach out to you to get you on the server. Please don't try and date the Nightbot. Honestly, though, the Nightbot is less responsive than the MeBot, and personally, I really enjoy that. Oh, yeah, Caroline, you're right. If you have somebody joins the memberships on your bingo card, you can mark that off also. Yes, that's okay. As long as you're letting us know, no worries. Are you on live chat? No, I'm not, Christine. God bless. Excuse me. Snod bless. I have two separate windows with the chat open, and I need to update both of them. Hold, please. There we go. Lots of bingo squares already. I know, we're flying through them. Hold on, let me see. Would you mind telling everyone that we'll be having a marathon on election day? That is so true, Lou. And yes, it'll start at 10 a.m. Is that PST, Lou? Or PDT, rather? I'll put up the schedule tomorrow. Okay, great. So yeah, if you're in the Discord server or you want to join the Discord server, we're having a wholesome movie marathon on election day to help with the scary feels, to help combat a little bit of the anxiety and unfun that's happening. We're gonna have a movie marathon. We have lots of fun stuff in the lineup. We've got some Disney movies. We've got some Ghibli movies. There's also just some fun stuff. I requested Labyrinth. I don't know if we're gonna watch Labyrinth or not. I'm gonna have to let Lou know if I end up being able to make it. Oh, we are watching Labyrinth. Okay, great. At noon. Yay! My eyes. Do you guys have the form of everything that's been called like you've done before? Yes. Jess, we sure do. We have the call sheet. It is available in real time in a separate stage room on Discord for those of you that are in the server. And if you're not, I will be posting a screenshot of it. We are also pulling names for big winners today. Last year we did a set of the gold wine glasses and some big stickers and some other stuff, some old merch, I think. This year our mods have been so kind. Actually, our mods and just one of our community members have been so kind as to hand make things for you guys to have, which I'm so excited about. So we have some handmade keychains from our lovely friend Danny. They're wood burned with some of the little pumpkin designs on them. And then Lou has made us, I think a pair, right, Lou? Of snails, and a bag, like a crocheted bag, in our fun, like little server colors. So if you want to, you know, have your name in the running to win one of those things at the very end, stick around till the end of stream. We're just going to be putting everybody's name in one of the spinny wheels, and we're going to draw names until, you know, we're out of prizes. So, Punky, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Caroline Boyd, Sierra, Caitlin spelled correctly, Jamie B, and Marion Legrand Veen. Welcome to the Big Nugs. Thanks everybody for coming. Yeah, thank you to our lovely community members for making some handmade stuff, because now we have really fun prizes to give away. So what we're going to do at the end of stream is that we're going to take a bio break after the reunion is over. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'm going to post a screenshot of the updated call list on YouTube and Discord. That way, those of you, if you've missed anything, you can quickly scan through, get up to date, and then if you have one, submit your name. It submits your name to me in real time, so it just sends it to the form that the mods and I use to check. And if your name is on there, then it'll get put on the delightful little wheel, and we'll spin to see if everybody wins, or to see who wins, I guess. So yeah, thank you, Lou. I do have pictures of the ones. Hold on, let me see if I can post them in here. Okay. Danny, is it okay with you if I post that picture in the Discord chat? Okay, great. Look at this. Look at these little keychains. They're so cute, and I love them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keychains, 2 snails, and a produce bag. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8 things that we have to give away as our big prizes, which is a lot more prizes than last year. So blessed to our community members. Of note, however, is that if you are a big prize winner, give it like maybe an extra day or 2 for the shipping, because I have to do extra stuff in order to get it to you. So, oh yeah, that's right, Danny. The other side of the keychain says Snort Horde, which is so cute. So Michelle, you're gonna use the PTO. Yay. Yes, of course. Rest is morally neutral. It's very important. Oh, I feel like I'm talking a mile a minute. I should probably calm down. It's because I was late today and I was stressed about it. I put off some stuff until this morning and it bit me in the ass. If it wasn't the consequences of my own actions. Also, you guys, look, I got a new lid for my Hydro Flask because the other one that I had, it's a little fucked up right now. The other one that I had was just a straw. And then after I got sick from when I was in Philadelphia, I was like, you know, having just a gross exposed straw like out raw in the world is probably like not actually a very hygienic decision to make. So, and we're not doing that anymore because ew. Okay, MCAR, I got it on Amazon actually. It's like not the Hydro Flask brand, I don't think, but it was a grand total of $8. So, and I really like it. It's a good little lid. It's not like, you know, I think the old ones that were like the little screwy lids were like a little large. And it felt like when you would drink out of like a Snapple, you know, the Snapple lids back in the day where they were like such an aggressively large mouth opening. There's no way for me to say that. That's not going to get taken out of context, I'm sure. But these are nice. These are better. Cobblegen, I probably should have covered my straw. But in hindsight, I feel like this is just an easier option because, let's be honest, I'm going to forget to do that. I spilled Snapple all over me all the time. Thank you, Samantha. Me too. It's not a great system. I made food and it was so much work, and I followed my mom's recipe, but I'm just not a good cook. And it turned out all right, okay, but not as good as I know it. It's such a bummer. Oh, Christine, I'm sorry. Cooking is actually a lot more difficult than people think it is, and I think you should give yourself credit, especially for following like a family recipe, like your mom's recipe. Those are hard. Also, I swear, moms, when they write down recipes, it's like, it's like an approximation, but I feel like there's just something that moms do that, like, I don't know that they know they're doing it, but it's like special. Makes the food slightly different, Mags. That too. We're also very proud of you for cooking. That's a lot of spoons, man. My OCPD ass says correct exposed straws make my skin crawl. August, that's valid. That is so valid. Boop, boop, boop. I'm sure you can get Mickey to show the keychains and the stuff I made. Maybe later. I have to save the images and then add it to OBS. It's a lot more work in YouTube. I had to ask her so many questions because the recipe had like half the info. Okay, yes, Christine, exactly. Fully out of spoons now. I'm so sorry. That's what I'm saying though. I have to, when I learn recipes from my mom, I would have to cook it with her because she'll try to write it down. And then she's like, well, like a little bit. Mom, I don't know what that means. Or my mom measures teaspoons in her palm. Baby, we got different size palms. My mom has tiny hands. I don't like it. That's not helping me, So you just have to like watch and figure it out. And like, there's a lot of testing too. I've learned how to make my mom's food by like testing it over and over again. You just fold in the cheese. That's the energy. Very much so. Yeah, moms don't measure, especially moms that don't use recipes. They're like, I don't know. Like my Nana especially, she would be like, and some of this and some of this, like just grabbing it with her fingers. And I'm like, girly pop, I don't know how to quantify that. So again, it was just me having to test. Although I don't think I've ever made my Nana's food like as good as she does. It's just not the same. I've tried so many times. It's not the same. Really, Christine? And also she's a bad cook. I'm sensing a correlation. Christine cheeks. That's how I cook, and then I'm surprised Pikachu face, but it's not the same. Allie, too real. Aaron will be like, can you make that thing again? And I'm like, yeah, no, for sure. I know how to make that again. Especially when a lot of the time it's me just like freeballing with the stuff that's in our fridge because like, I don't know, like we're just cooking with what we have. I don't try to cook with recipes. I just kind of like, okay, well, we have an onion and we have like some garlic and I don't know, we'll just like put this in there, We made cream of mushroom soup earlier this week and I just like put the shit in there, Exactly. Everything with the kitchen sink. Science experiment. Honestly, yeah, I just never grew out of the phase where I just love making little potions, I think is what it is. Just want to put a bunch of the shit that we have all in a bowl and see what happens, As Cardi B said, I don't cook, I don't clean. Christine. Also, life update. I honestly have sent everything in to transfer and with a broken foot. Right now, it's like a lot. I have no spoons left, I swear. Oh, Natty, I'm so sorry. Having all of that happening at the same time is just not a vibe. I'm sorry that's happening. Proud of you for hanging in there, friend. The website Goblin Tools can help make recipes with ingredients you have. I've actually seen a couple of websites like that, Danny, where you just enter in what you have and it'll give you recipe ideas. There's some like that with cocktails too. Also, God, I have such a fucking pain in my head right now. Just like our mud and stick backyard concoctions that we made as kids. Mags, absolutely. That was also me. I was the mud pie king. I had a whole mud pie bakery on the kindergarten playground. I was a shark. My stepdad talks about how real chefs don't use recipes. Honestly, Jamie, that's valid. And I kind of relate to that. I do. Love cooking and grocery shopping. This is why I love grocery delivery. Christine. Actually, yeah, that's a good distinction because baking and cooking, not the same. Not at all. Baking is science. And if you don't follow a recipe when you're baking, a lot of the time, it's not going to go great. But cooking, you can sort of, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But cooking is like making a scientific reaction. You're just kind of, I don't know, you're doing stuff. It's important to have a recipe for that. I know trying to describe recipes to my sibling probably gets on his nerves. It's hard to explain when it's a vibe, I get it. Cooking is an art, baking is a science. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I like the reliable scienciness of baking. That's fair. I'm great at baking. I can figure that out. Cooking is worse for me. See, I feel like you're one or the other. I feel like a lot of people fall into a love cooking, don't understand baking, or love baking, don't understand cooking, which makes sense because they are kind of fundamentally different things. Oh my God. Gabriella, are you new here? We will watch the reunion. I'm far too impatient to bake correctly. Gems, no, that's valid. I feel that. I do like baking though. I do enjoy baking. I think I just am not as good at it as I am at cooking. Did everyone have a spooky time last night? Yeah. Happy, sort of Halloween. Happy All Souls Day. I like the concept of cooking and baking, but I'm just awful at both of them. And that is also valid, Imogen. I was literally talking with one of my clients that it's really important that we just be honest, that sometimes in life we're not good at things. That's fine. You don't have to be good at everything, You can just be good at some things and bad at other things, or be like mediocre at some things and bad at other things. That's just the way that humans are, and that's fine. You're allowed. My friend and I are hanging out watching you. Oh my gosh, Kick said hi to you and your friend. Thanks for coming. Also as a reminder, don't spam questions. Sometimes I miss stuff. It's the nature of the beast. But also, if you're new here, we do a fair amount of fucking off in these streams. Do a fair amount of fucking around and chit-chatting and catching up. And I think it's nice. It's nice. We get to get updates. I mean, a while ago, we got an update that Wolf Trapped had a great job interview after having a rough go of it for a while. We got some updates today about Natty's poor ankle. You guys got updates about me and my stupid cold not going away. We get nice little updates about each other, and I think that's so fun. I've been roasting Ali Stuckey's dog shit book lately and came to the conclusion that she's a misanthrope. Yeah, Cobblejen, I think the reality is that she is also just fucking so committed to the rage bait thing. I think she knows that she is able to get more engagement on her content by baiting people like us into disliking her, which is kind of why I've taken a turn from talking about fundamentalist influencers, because the reality is that hate watching is at least half, if not more, of their demographic. Their viewpoint is very unpopular, and they know that. There's not enough people to support them actually making a living. And so they try to bait us into watching their stupid ass, fuck ass content. Yeah, Wolf Trap. Also, how's it going? Have you heard anything? Those numbers still support their case for sponsors. Yes, that's the other thing, is that they use our rage bait engagement as a leg to stand on for sponsors and other opportunities, other like failing up kind of things. And that sucks. That sucks. And I don't really feel great about participating in that or having participated in that. So, I'm trying not to, moving forward. I like nice little updates. This is just very long. I think it'd be helpful to write something like stream starts at X hours and recap starts at X+1. That's fair. Usually we vamp for about an hour, if that helps. So, boop, boop, boop. Speaking of updates, I finally got my neurology appointment, and theoretically, brain might be both fixable and potentially functional. Marzana, I'm so excited for you. I won't lie, I'm also a little envious, but I'm so excited for you. I hope that it ends up being both of those things. Neurology is so difficult to get movement on medically, so high five. Also, like, big ups, proud of you for advocating for yourself, my friend. It's scary. It's hard to do. yeah, neurology does take forever. Well, and also because they're like, okay, we have to do an MRI, and then you do one, and they're like, just kidding, we also need to do a CT. And you're like, that seems dumb, but whatever. And then they're like, oh, we need to do an MRI with contrast, so go back and do another one. And then your insurance is like, well, we already paid for an MRI, so we're not paying for another one. So you need to like, we're going to ask your doctor a bunch of questions, and we're going to have this other person on our team who's not a doctor discern whether or not that's medically necessary. So we'll get back to you in 6 to 8 weeks. And then they finally get back to you in 6 to 8 weeks and like, okay, fine, you can have that one. And then you finally get the MRI with contrast. And then the doctor is like, I don't know, inconclusive. Maybe we could try something else. And you're like, are you serious? Like what being in America is the bad place. I'm so serious. I'm jealous of anyone with a working brain. You and me both, Emmy Lou. Katie, your bingo card has good squares. Last time you had kind of a bad one, didn't you? Yeah, Max, it's really frustrating. I'm so happy I got to catch this live today and play bingo. Greetings from Germany. Hi, Alina. Thanks for coming. I hope you have good luck with bingo today. I had my first dentist appointment in 5 years yesterday, and I only have one cavity and one that needs to be fixed. So I'll call that a win. That's definitely a win. Honestly, just getting in to be able to see the dentist is a win. Me too. Fingers crossed, but the doctor was super nice. And I'm on the NHS, so I don't pay. I just wait a bit. MRI due hopefully in the next 10 weeks. Oh, Marzana. That's good news. Finding a nice doctor is like winning the lottery. Also still having to do college classes plus transfer stuff plus constant pain plus lawyer stuff and doctor's appointments. I'm buying ice cream. Good for you, Natty. As you should. As you should. I know prior authorizations are so annoying. I had to get a prior auth for my freaking ADHD meds. Isn't that dumb? Literally a prior authorization for a medically necessary, like really not actually that interesting medication. Can we just like be so serious? My insurance is so unserious. I just got some concerning results and I need to get more invasive follow-up tests. I can't even schedule until they get insurance approval. Jess, that's what I'm talking about. That is so frustrating. I'm sorry. That's also scary for them to be like, you need more invasive tests. Sorry, wait a while. Like, no one wants to just live in anxiety no man's land. That sucks. I hope that they are quick and also like good about it. Happy to catch another live preparing for a Halloween party tomorrow. Egan fun. What is your Halloween costume? Insurance companies are evil. Hannah. Hi, friend. Love you. We should sue insurance companies for practicing medicine without a license. Okay, literally, Allie. That is such a good point. Because literally, what are they doing? Like, what else could you call that, honestly? And if they're not, then they're not qualified to discern whether it's medically necessary or not. Ugh. I guess sometimes they probably have like a doctor who's just, you know. But Mickey, there were kids that use them to study, aka most likely undiagnosed ADHD kids. No, literally. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Aria, yeah, they have licensed physicians making the calls. They're just still rude. Also, I've gotten so many stickers, so I don't play to win bingo anymore. That's valid, Natty. Which reminds me, we're playing for Pack A today, which is the McNugs sticker. Do I want to be annoying to myself? I don't know if I want to. Okay, do I want to be irritating to myself? Christine, immediately no. You don't. But it could be fun. It could be fun, Christine. Do you know what I was going to say, Christine? I can't tell. Are you sure about that? Y'all, my dog is so stinky and he's stinking at my office. Oh, Gems, the worst. My dog is that way. Everyone on YouTube said no also. Okay, never mind. I'm not being annoying to myself. I'm not doing it. You're right. Also, hi, Deed. Thanks for coming. Okay. So what we're playing for today are the McNug sticker, which I have partially covered up with stickers that I got in Philadelphia. Also, shout out to this sticker. I don't know if you guys can read it. Hold on, let me rotate it. It says, your feelings are valid. My feelings are stupid. Which is not a viewpoint that I endorse, to be clear, but it is a viewpoint that I resonate with deeply. I tried to find it on Etsy. I couldn't find it. It was just at a little shop. It was at the South Street Art Mart in Philly. So if you live anywhere near there, go get that one. But we're playing for the McNuggs sticker. We're playing for the Hydrate or Die sticker with our cute little skull hands. And then the No Music sticker, which is a sticker of me. Like it's the mom or the Nana from Coco, but just with my head photoshopped onto it with a chancla in my hands. Can you please make me that sticker, please? I need it. I tell you what, Christine, I'll see if I can find the Etsy shop. I'll reach out to the South Street Art Mart and see if they know who the artist is and see if I can find it. And then I will send you the information about it. How about that? I literally just praised my friend for communication, and then she tried to turn it against me to get me to communicate. MCAR, so rude. Love and good friend, but so rude. Sticker motivated. She said no music. Yeah, that's me every stream. Okay, speaking of which, we do have a hard stop today of like 4:30, maybe 4:45, because Aaron and I got adopted into a new D&D group, which I am equal parts excited and nervous about. I'm not normally a player. I'm normally a DM, but I'm a player in this group. So I have to make a character. I've been waffling so much on the character build and all of these things. I know it's the social anxiety, but I'm really excited about it though. It's a person that we've already played with and they're friends. So I'm like, surely their friends are cool because this person is cool. Okay, so the build, here's what I'm thinking. The rest of the party are like casters. And then we have a cleric already. Lapine, hi. Thanks for coming, Lapine. Excited to see you. So Aaron and I wanted to be more like melee, kind of muscle cake players to sort of absorb some of the front line. So Aaron and I adopted. If that ever happens, I will let you know, but don't hold your breath anytime soon because we have a menagerie of pets. But so Aaron is going to be, well, I don't know if Aaron wants me to share his, I'm sure it's fine. I'm going to be a fighter probably. I might multi-class with rogue later just so that I can get uncanny dodge, and like disengage and all of that stuff. But to start with, I'm choosing like full in fighter. The whole campaign, the DM has created a campaign where everybody is dwarves, which I think is so fun. So I didn't have to choose a race, which is lovely. I'm just a dwarf. Haven't decided on gender yet. Maybe neither. Who knows? That's always an interesting litmus test to be like, my character has no gender, and to watch everyone be like, yes, exactly. So we're going full fighter. My character is a dwarf. I want the vibes to be a fighter though, who's like real springy and dexterous. I took mostly strength for my point build out, but my second highest is dex, and then con obviously is third. So I want my character to be really like dexterous and springy and like little flea jump everywhere. I texted the DM and I was like, I'm envisioning a dwarf who's kind of like Scrappy Doo, but if they were a humanoid, just like sort of like really low charisma, very low intelligence, ready to pick a fight at any moment, but also just like real springy, real like fucking doing flips and like crazy shit, I feel very called. Yeah, Pike energy for sure. Kind of a monk actually. Yeah, you're right, Joe, but with fighter like action surge and double attacks. Yeah, no thoughts, just vibes. Exactly. Oh yeah. Orb of the Airshari, definitely. Yeah, that kind of vibe. Hi, Kiera. Yes. But I also want my character to be like a very gruff and like emotionally unintelligent person, like somebody who like feelings don't get it and like emotions not there for that conversation. Very low raise. Really not. Yeah, Chihuahua. Yes. Yeah, a Chihuahua, but a dwarf. Exactly. Hi, Lily Billy. This is just who she is. Yes, head empty, only sword, only jump. Yeah, my equipment build out, they have a maul in one hand and then a light hammer in the other. Because I took the feat that lets them do that. And then I also have a blow dart in their backpack, like a blow dart gun, because I really want them to be able to blow dart gun people, because I feel like it'll just be funny. So I'm hoping that at some point we'll run into a merchant that I can buy poison darts from. Yeah, if Grog and Pike had a child, absolutely, that's the vibe. Someone just said Rizwick wasn't on the show. I mean, because if I say yes to that, then I have to say yes to the politics talk. Just give it time. We'll see. Remind me later. If you're wanting action surge, you could do a warrior and take a level or two in fighter. Oh, that's true, Joe. Yeah. The problem is that we're only level 4 right now. So I don't have a lot of multi-classing levels to work with. In order for me to get action surge and an extra attack, I'm going to have to stick with fighter for a hot sec and then maybe multi-class later. So how long as you blow dart gun Aaron's character? Honestly, like I think it's a 50-50 chance. 50-50 chance of whether it happens immediately. Do you generally run long campaigns or span over several levels, or shorter ones where players only play up to 5 times max? So in my ideal world, I would like to run long-term campaigns. But I mean, it's like the joke about scheduling being the real BBEG is like, it's a real thing. Scheduling for 4, 5, 6 people is challenging. So they fizzle out a fair amount of the time, and that's fine, you know? The world that I've created for the homebrew campaign that we did recently, I'm like really committed to. So I might re-up that at some point. I would like to be able to do that on the Discord, but we tried to do a one shot and it went really long, and then we were supposed to schedule a second session, and then I got sick, and then, well, I traveled, and then I traveled again, and then I got sick. So it's a whole thing. No. No, we're not ditching the reunion. Speaking of which, we should really watch the reunion. All of this to say, Aaron and I are meeting our new party members later this evening, doing a session 0. So I have to leave here by like 4:30, 4:50, 45-ish, so that I can get all the way to the other side of town and meet them. So, do fighters get heavy armor? I don't know how your DM is about it, but usually the kind of armor you can wear is determined by your starting class. I checked the stats, and the one that I picked says if you have a strength of 13 or higher, and I think my strength is like 16. So I'm wearing heavy armor, but I think you can. Oh, bye, Mark. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Okay. So let's get into this reunion. Let me start this and then full screen this. We also have to turn my headphones back on. Excuse. Okay. Here we go. Let me make sure that is all situated. Discord, you can see. Yes. Perfect. That's the right screen. And we have captions on, maybe. Do we have captions on? Yes. Okay, and we're going to watch at 1.25 speed. If things are really dragging, we might do 1.5. I won't even lie to y'all. So, oh, thank you, Danny. Trigger warning for raised voices about halfway through. I would imagine there's going to be some arguing, fighting, conversations that are a bit contentious. So if that's a button for you, just go in knowing that. And do take care of yourself. You're always welcome to mute or to leave, or, you know, check out and check back in, that kind of a thing. It's also usually a long stream, so take your time. Boop, 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 boop. Cuddling my kitty while watching this reunion, or watching because this reunion was oof. You know, fair enough. Okay. Let's see. We are at like 0 minutes and 0 seconds of this. I wish we could do like 1.3. I know. Like I said, we're watching the episode at 1.25 speed. So if you're watching on your own device at home, that's relevant. And if you are wondering why we have the overlay, we have to. Netflix are a bunch of bastards. So we have that, but I will be announcing timestamps as we go so you can watch on your own device at home. Or if you want to join the Snosh Blossoms here or on Patreon, then you'll get access to our server where you can just watch it without it. So, but there won't be replays. No replays without the overlay. I literally cannot make that happen. I am so sorry. So, that's that. Okay, let's keep going or start, I guess. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Hi, Tristan. Why can I not hear anything? Hold on, pause. Nope, not in Dutch. Oh my God, we don't need Dutch subtitles. Can y'all hear anything? It's muted. Oh boy. No, that's not technical difficulties. That's just me being a goob. Okay, like 14 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You're in for a treat. Because here tonight, we have several surprise guests.
I'm sure.
That's right. We have someone who's been here since the beginning. One of our most talked about brides from season 1 is now a wife.
Oh no.
We'll also be joined by our very first mom who wants to confront an ex-fiance.
One couple who's back from Miami.
Okay.
And the very first Love is Blind baby.
So let's not wait a second longer.
Okay.
Please welcome from Washington, D.C.
Your favorites from season 7 of Love is Blind.
Is this
Taylor
the
and
Super
Garrett.
Bowl? Do love them. I gotta say, his glow up on Instagram was better
Ashley
than
and Tyler.
here. Why are they holding hands? Why are they holding hands?
Marissa. Ramsey.
Love.
Hannah.
Okay.
Nick.
Okay.
Steven. Monica.
Love her dress.
Alex. And Tim.
God is a woman.
What's up? Get off your ducks
And know your exes.
and wake up your napping loved ones.
Because the wait is over.
Welcome to the Love is Blind reunion.
What this? You would think this is a Broadway production. Like, what the hell?
Well, for some, this season was smooth sailing, but for others, they had to work out the kinks, let's just say. And today, we're going to talk about all of it.
Welcome everyone and say hello to our former participants and some special VIP family members who are also joining us today. Hi everybody. Hi.
Welcome, welcome.
We're excited. We're going to catch
Okay.
up with y'all in just a little bit, but thank you for being here as always.
And everyone, please do not worry. Brittany, Leo, and Leo's Rolex are all here today. Be joining us momentarily, along with many, many more surprises. So Washington, D.C. took us on quite a journey, from flowers to flags,
DMs to REMs.
and matching science tattoos to the heartwarming I do's.
The I do's, one of my favorite parts of every
what is
season. I
this?
loved every second of it. And with that, I want to congratulate both of our married couples, Taylor and Garrett, and Ashley and Tyler. Congratulations.
Why are they still together? Oh no.
Did you guys coordinate the black and gold?
No,
No.
we always do this. I know.
Hold on, pause. Did Nick make a bad pun? I wasn't paying attention. I know the Dr. Seuss rhyming always pushes my buttons. Okay. I have to say, Garrett's glow up on Instagram seemed better than here in the harsh studio lighting of this reunion. That said, Taylor's outfit is absolutely sickening, and I love her outfit. Honestly, all of the women look great. Coordinated couples outfits. Yes, if you have the coordinated couples outfits on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Is that a Leo Money mention? I would say yes. If you have Leo Money, you can mark that off too. What bad pun did Nick Lachey make? I wasn't paying attention. Drastic hair change. I don't know. Is that drastic? He just grew it out. Do we think that counts? Is that I love an outfit? Okay, yes, you can mark off. I love an outfit too. Working out the kinks. Oh, yeah. Okay, it counts. All right, it counts. If you have Nick Lachey makes a bad pun on your bingo card, you can mark that off also. Good God, I'm mailing a bunch of shit today. I can feel it. Can you show us? Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. This is Nick and, not Nick, Taylor and Garrett. Drastic in the fact that it's drastically different from the last episode. All right, all right. If you have a drastic hair transformation, you can mark that off also. Yeah, so Nick makes a bad pun too. Okay, let me rewind by 10 seconds so you can see. This is Ashley and Tyler. I love her dress, but I'm personally very grieved by the fact that she's looking at him with affection and kindness because he's a charlatan. So, you know, yeah, exactly. Okay, let me fast forward by 10 seconds, putting the overlay back on. Hair change does count. Pun also counts. And let's keep going. All right, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
We always match.
We're happy that your family got to join us today. We have Fong and Tom, Mom and Dad.
Hi, Mom, Dad.
Look at
I wonder if we
them.
could get tattoos of all the chemistry we felt watching this season.
You could, Nick.
The chemistry.
It's too late. I can't. You're right.
The chemistry.
He
is
just
only
made
good if
another
it's
bad
used
pun, so.
periodically.
I see what you did there.
No, seriously, Taylor, is Garrett still the best catch of them all?
Of course he is. He makes me feel loved and comfortable and shows up every day for me, and that's all you can really ask, especially in these crazy, incredible circumstances, and he's my best friend, so yeah.
That's the best.
It's the best.
Best if you
Everyone
spend
else
every
being
day
like,
with your best friend. And we're loving the new look.
so
We've already
happy
alluded
for
to it.
you.
Is it safe to say we can call this Taylor's version?
No.
This is Garrett's glow-up era.
Yeah, is it safe to say that she's filled a blank space
Here we
in
go.
your fashion world?
Here we go.
Why are we doing
Glad
this?
they're coming.
I mean, if you don't like them, you can just shake it
No,
off.
they're great. I love it.
Well, in all seriousness, though, we talked a little bit about it earlier. We learned this from you on the season. Avid fisherman.
Yeah.
So have you had a chance to take Taylor fishing yet?
Oh, yeah, I had to. That was the real test.
Garrett and fish. If you have Garrett fish on your bingo card, mark that off. Good God, why does he keep making so many bad puns? I'm enjoying the jokes just because I get to see Mickey's reaction to them. Yeah, it's just me looking like I'm physically in pain. Also, where did Ramses get this? Can somebody Google Lens this for me, please? I need this. I want this. Hold on, I'm taking a picture of it for real. I don't have meds to take, thank you. Thanks for rubbing it in, phone alarm. I need that thing. This little pin. I don't know if it's like a cloak pin or if it's like one of those pins that's supposed to go here and he just put it over here. I do like it. I need that. I lied. I'm playing. Hell yeah, Natty. I must have more. Okay, let's keep going. The buttons and the jacket pin, they're all incredible and I need that. Mickey got the men confused making the squares. Sure did. Right out of the gate. Okay. Oh, sorry. This right here. Yeah, can somebody Google Lens this, please? Because I need it. Like, for real. It's so good. Vanessa laughs at her own jokes. Did she make a joke yet? Liquid soup. Okay, listen. I don't, like, do I love Ramses's outfit? No. But for what it's worth, in order to slay, sometimes you have to flop. And I think this is a good reminder that being adventurous in fashion doesn't mean that you're going to look incredible all the time, but it's still worth it though. You know, like being expressive, being creative, being somebody who is like, you know, open to pushing the limits of what like goes together sometimes is a flop. But if you feel good in it and it's something that's creative and fun and, you know, then I think that's great. Curious nonsense. I wasn't trying to shade Vanessa. I just really didn't know. Oh, she made a stupid pun. Okay. If you have Vanessa laughs at her own jokes, you can mark that off. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going. 4 minutes and 23 seconds-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Obviously. And
She passed?
oh yeah, flying colors.
We actually have photos of this this real test. Can we check it out?
Okay, that's very fair.
Okay.
You look great, baby. Yeah.
Well, you guys said grab it by the eyes, and I was like, ha ha, and you're like, no, grab it by the eyes, and I was like, but I have long nails.
So the eyes and the nails, that's how you hold them.
Yeah. You guys come, we'll show you.
You don't have to
I'd love
do
to
it,
go.
but yeah.
Well, speaking of inviting people fishing, I have some other photos from another very special fishing trip that you took, Garrett. Let's take a look at those.
No, we don't need that. Thank you with the music. No music, thanks. You can mark that on your bingo cards. Why are they hanging out with Tyler?
I love fishing. Why wasn't I invited on this bromance?
because no one likes you.
So Tyler, was this a one and done fishing experience, or are you hooked now?
No, I had a
Thank
great
you,
time. I told him, let's go
Mountain.
again. I was surprised by how much fun I had. We had a ball, all three of us.
Well, you said you're good at everything in the pod, so I was testing it out.
Did I get a fish?
Oh,
Well, yeah.
my
something
bee,
like that.
sorry.
It's not the size that counts.
Point taken.
Well, Tyler, Ashley, so happy to have you guys here today, and it's hard to believe, but you've been married almost a year now, almost a year. Wow. Congrats again.
the
So,
liar.
bring us up to speed. How's it going? How's everything been?
It's been great, honestly. This year's been a lot of laughter, a lot of growth, a lot of love.
What?
A learning experience.
We always
What?
talk about how important it is once you get married before the world finds out that time that you have, how crucial it is to the married couples to solidify that foundation, because once the show is out there and your story is out there, then everyone wants to chime in.
Boy, do I miss that bubble. That bubble was nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get into that.
Okay, listen, there's a couple of things. First and foremost, I do want to empathize with how difficult it is to have like the entire world picking at you. I'm sure that that's something that is really overwhelming and stressful. I can't imagine to what degree they feel just under a microscope all the time. And if that's something that bothers you, don't sign up for a show like this, right? Like, I have empathy for them, and I think it's important to still treat them like human beings. And this, like, how dare everyone want to chime in on our love story that we chose to publicly broadcast to the entire world on one of the most famous reality TV dating shows. Like, can we just, let's bring it back down to earth. Let's bring everybody back down to earth, because that is a level of, like, you know what I'm saying? Just, you're not ready for this man's nonsense. Oh, God. Okay. Mickey never left the rant. Okay. That was so short. That wasn't a rant. I'm just talking. That's just me talking. Okay. 6:35, pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
You had spoken on the show, and everybody was shocked when you revealed that you had donated sperm to help a friend and her wife have children.
Yep.
And then since then, there has been online chatter about your
AD
involvement
Milton.
in these children's life and it being more than you had initially led on. So can you now clarify what's going on with that?
Absolutely. Those kids, that family, they did not sign up for this. So what is happening now is I try to keep that from happening. Their birth certificates are online. Things that shouldn't be happening are now happening. And to get into the story, I did help a friend and her wife start a family, but her wife ended up leaving her and left her high and dry. This was my very close friend. So I voluntarily stepped in and helped. So there's pictures of me around. You'll see me around. I've spent holidays with all my friends, all their kids. And I played a part
Wearing a
that became
world's
very
best
shaky
dad?
with a friend. And there's no rule books to this. There's no set lines to this. But I do want to let people know Ashley knows all this. This is news to the world. This has never been news to us. And I'm giving this explanation now because I feel like the world is waiting for it. But I don't owe anyone an explanation but my wife. And if she's sitting here with me,
We got your back, man.
Okay. Couple of things. Does Ashley respond after this? Yeah, if you have a bingo card, it should have the title that says Love is Bingo, Reunion Edition, ! If you have another card, that's the wrong card. Okay, let's let Ashley talk, and then we're gonna, okay, 8 minutes and 3 seconds, pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
I'm good. We're good. I'm not gonna keep harping on it.
Yeah.
It's funny, everyone kept saying, I said, a lot in the pods, but not today. I do
Yeah.
have some things to say.
Please do.
Starting with, like, who do you think has better insight on what's going on, social media or me? So for people to imply that, like, she was blindsided, she didn't know, is like insulting to my intelligence. That's number one. Number two, for the record, this is something he never wanted to share on camera. I just didn't feel like it would be an authentic experience or that I could continue the experience if we didn't, because I know me, I cannot hide my facial expression. So I think there would have been a disconnect, and the viewers would have noticed, my friends would have noticed when he went to meet them. So I told him, in some capacity, we have to talk about this. And, there were things he was comfortable sharing and things he wasn't. For example, one time I asked him, I said, do they know what you look like? He's like, I don't think so. And you could tell that
That he was trying to lie.
Yeah. So of course he divulged that information to
I'm
me.
so sorry, let me say that he was trying to lie for the cameras, but you guys
Yes.
had already had this conversation. See, that's the thing, is we weren't there for a couple other things we'll get to later. Hey, Steven.
Thanks.
Okay. Oh, Danny, wait. Danny said the tease that this was filmed before the child support allegations came out. Moreover, the cast members were instructed not to press on the subject. Okay, couple of things. Stephen. This is Stephen. If what they're saying is true, that's none of our business, right? And like, sure, I guess, whatever. I do think it's important to honor the privacy of people who are choosing to participate in this to some degree, because again, they're people, right? I don't agree with the like, how dare you be interested in our lives because we chose to put ourselves on reality TV perspective. But I do, again, I think it's important to like care about their privacy and honor that to some degree. Yes, this does count as lying/revisionist history. So if you have that, you can mark it off. The thing is that this take, especially like this is the thing that feels kind of suspect to me. The take of like, you know, people saying that I was blindsided is an insult to my intelligence. People caring about you being lied to from our perspective is insulting you. That's a take that I am confused by and also feels sort of illuminating about the perspective that they're operating from, right? Because it seems like there's a very concerted attempt to mold the series of events in such a way that avoids Ashley looking like she was unintelligent or surprised or had the wool pulled over her eyes or something, right? And so her saying these things about like, how dare you think that I'm dumb or whatever, it's giving protesting too much. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes this is a useful way to engage in conversations with folks that you have a suspicion are being untruthful, dishonest with you. Because sometimes they say the thing out loud that they are trying to, you know, say is not true, right? Like it's very much a projection thing, where someone will say exactly the thing that they're afraid you will discover in an attempt to be like, no, of course I have the upper hand in this situation. And like, I don't know. The other thing about this that's odd to me is his statement about I've spent Christmas with lots of my friends and their kids. I sincerely doubt that he spent Christmas with a lot of his friends and their children wearing a World's Best Dad t-shirt or wearing matching pajamas or taking these kids to the pumpkin patch and to birthdays and all of these things that look suspiciously like a father, right? There's a lot of things about this that are just not adding up. This does count as a rant. Yes, if you have Mickey goes on a rant, you can mark that off. There's a lot of things about this that are just not adding up that feel suspect to me. And listen, I don't want to insinuate that Ashley is not allowed to make her own decisions or that she's dumb or whatever, but I do think that there is an interesting pattern in the way that people who are pick-me's especially seem to operate, seem to behave, and this is feeling very much like that. I'm surprised Nick Lachey hasn't said the word Riz yet. Her body language is so nervous energy too. It feels bad. There's just, especially like the hand on the leg and the hand on the shoulder and the like very obvious and like, look at us. Look at how happy we are. Can't you see how happy we are? Like, okay. You know, like, are you trying to convince us or you? I think is the energy here. It's just not, yeah. And also, for what it's worth, those kids didn't deserve to have their lives dragged through social media and all of that stuff, then like, first of all, don't go on the show. But second of all, this like deleting of all of the things off of social media and the woman who is the mother to those kids having a very different story from all of this, like, I find that hard to believe. If it were really true that he wanted to protect those kids and protect their privacy, why would you not have had a conversation with their mother to say, hey, I want to go on the show, but I want to protect the kids' privacy. We need to do X, Y, or Z to like, you know, keep them safe and private or whatever. Why would there not have been a conversation? If you're as good of friends with this person as you say you are, why would there have not been a conversation to say, Let's sort all of this out. Let's figure all this out before we or I go on the show. But she has a very different perspective of the events that have transpired, right? And like, it's not really giving, we did this on purpose. If you know what I'm saying? They didn't sign up for this. In the moment he signed up for the show, he knew this was coming. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, is that if you care that much, don't do the show. Like, it's that simple. Sometimes we don't get the things that we want, especially when you're a person who's chosen to involve yourself in some degree in a child's life. It's disappointing. It's frustrating. I think you're allowed to grieve that. You're allowed to have all the feelings about that. But that doesn't mean that you're allowed to just say, well, I'm getting whatever I want, and also saying that I want to protect the kids. Like, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Hi, Hannah Banana. Thanks for popping in. Also, he thought he could lie about it and he didn't have a game plan before the show. Yeah, I think that's clear with the way that the shit has hit the fan so spectacularly. Yeah, she seems like she's standing by her man, which, you know, like, that's her choice, but I feel bad for her. Honestly, I do. Like, this is on the internet. Those kids will grow up and they'll see him denying their relationship on national TV. That's so sad. That's the other thing, is that if he really was involved in these kids' lives as their dad, and he's now turning his back on them on TV for the purpose of saving face, like, fuck you. That's such a fucking hurtful and shitty and disrespectful thing to do to those kids, especially from someone who's acting like, well, I did all this for the kids. I did all this for the kids. Did you? Did you? Like, did you show up on, international TV, actually, for the sake of those kids? Because it doesn't really seem to be benefiting them. Even if your relationship is what you say it is, I don't think you made this choice for those kids at all. So, like, what about this is giving concerned friend and pseudo father figure? None of this is really giving, I'm willing to put those kids first. Because if you did, then you wouldn't be here. Like, it's a very simple choice, in my opinion. They're gonna spin it like Ashley knew all about it during the conversation on screen. Yeah, that's kind of what they just tried to do. I feel like you could never be secure that he'd be invested and stick around. Why any new kids that you make with him? I mean, yeah, I think his choices are suspect, generally. Liquid soap. Okay, I think that's it. If you have, lying revisionist history, I think that's all we called. Yeah, we support women's rights and women's wrongs here, even when they hurt to watch. Okay, 9 minutes and 22 seconds-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
But you guys had this conversation, and I see that the next day for cameras, you're trying to clarify because you want to be authentic, but also you're trying to protect him and these children.
The very thing that we didn't want to happen happened. And the thing with humanity is we have a hard time understanding anything that we don't get, anything that's taboo, anything that's out of our norm. And that's exactly what's happening. Instead of trying to rationalize, like, maybe this was hard to navigate, right? And for me, I just know Tyler and his heart to know that had to be hard to navigate with a friend. Way easier when you're removed. And with him growing up in a single parent household, and in that scenario when that happened with the divorce, it was very hard for him to remove himself and not be involved when this is now a single mom, right? So that was hard for him, and I just know that he is a good person who went in a little too deep and didn't know what to do next.
This is not a game. This is till death do us.
Hello? Hello? Okay, yeah, if you have Mickey says and also, you can mark that off too. Okay, so, okay, this is the thing. Sometimes when people are trying to double down on a take that they know is bad, they will spin a narrative that's similar to this of like, people just don't understand things that they've not experienced. And so that's why y'all are being so judgmental and so hateful towards us, because you just don't understand and you could never get it, right? You haven't been here, so you wouldn't get it. And I want to be super clear. I don't think that's what this is about. I think regardless of what the actual truth is, because let's be clear, it's just all muddied at this point. There's so many lies that have been told by God knows who, that it's, I think, impossible to really discern what the truth is. Regardless of what the objective truth is, the reality is that y'all portrayed a narrative on international TV that made Tyler look like a liar. And so when people watch this and then are presented with information that is very much to the contrary, there's going to be a very obvious and understandable what the fuck reaction that happens. That's not people saying, that's not people not understanding you. I think that's people having a very normal and human reaction to what looks like is very obviously a lie, right? I want to be clear. I don't agree with the way that people will, like, I would say borderline, if not actually stalk these people, and especially the children, finding the birth certificates and all of that stuff. Like, is it valuable in terms of like discerning the truth? I guess. But I think like that is really crossing a line. Personally, looking at people's legal documentation and all of those things, like don't do that. That's like so next level. We don't need to be doing that, right? That said, I think it's foolish for somebody like Tyler to get on a show like this and assume that you can delete a couple of social media posts and be like, all good. I fixed it. Now no one will ever know. Like, it's the internet. The internet is forever. You can't lie about stuff like that. You simply cannot. And again, if you were truly that committed to protecting these kids after realizing that you were just accidentally in too deep, then you wouldn't have done it. You wouldn't have showed up on the show. Like, I think it's that simple. And them painting this as though the real villains are the audience is so out to lunch behavior. This man's not taking any accountability for anything whatsoever. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that when they first started this conversation, it was Tyler didn't do anything wrong. Nothing bad happened. I knew the whole time. Nothing bad. There was no transgressions. There was no anything of anything. And now Ashley's saying, well, he just didn't know what to do when he was in too deep. So like, which is it? Which is it? Is it that he was accidentally in too deep because he's just such a good guy that he couldn't help himself? Or is he a person who made this choice willingly on purpose, knowing what he was getting into and that he was perfectly transparent with you from the beginning? Because it can't be both. It can't be both. This is what I'm saying. In conversations like these, when someone is doing this to you, be aware of moments like that where those very small details don't line up, because sometimes that's enough of a, I don't know, discrepancy for us to go, oh, okay. Like, you're trying to do some kind of like putting on a play thing. You're trying to pull wool over my eyes, and I'm like not having it. And at that point, if somebody is committed to like revisionist history like this, then like there's nothing that we can do to have a worthwhile conversation with someone who's going to try to lie to you, even though it's like an obviously bad lie. At that point, it's just more effective to remove yourself from the situation. Sometimes people want to live in their delusion and they're going to insist that you share it with them, and that's not healthy or functional. Either way, she didn't find out until then if it was off camera. He wasn't open from the pods. That's true. It seems like he was clear, or it's clear that he wasn't transparent about it in the pods at least, which is still shitty. Okay, hold on. I have been ghosting chat. Hold on. I really don't like her tone. I hope they have a happy marriage. Don't believe on it, but that's their problem. I just hope those kids have a supportive. Yeah, I hope so too. Hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Since Mickey said obvious lying, I'm going to go mark that off on my bingo sheet. Yeah, if you have obvious lying on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Hold on. Let me just read this before I read it out loud. Okay. I think I missed a chapter in that. I'm done with the visit with my mother. I need a good cry. Oh, Arwen's Rose, I'm sorry. That's the worst feeling. Proud of you for getting through it. We see you, friend. I get that. I just feel so bad for those kids. Oh, me too. I think, again, ultimately at the center of this whole fuckery is a bunch of kids who would not have a spotlight on them if Tyler had made an adult choice and not put himself on international, TV. Okay. 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
This part, and we mean it. You can try. We've seen all the get an annulment, be done with him. Ask Ashley.
And it's like, look, when I said I do to all of it. I was aware and I took on what I wanted to. And this is a once in a lifetime kind of love.
Yes.
This is a rarity and it's something that is worth risking anything for. And, you know, I ain't saying do nothing crazy. No. I'm just saying, like, you know, let's not get nuts. But, you know, this is something that I knew, of course, if I listened to the public, I could go find a man. I could pop myself a little bit.
No,
You know what I'm
she can't find him.
I could if I wanted to, but this is something that I would never find again. And it's worth it all.
We're just so grateful for your love. And watching it the whole season was giving me all the feels. you know?
She had all of it. Well, guys, we know it's a sensitive subject, and
Yeah.
we really truly appreciate the insight and you guys being so honest and forthright about sharing that here on the stage.
You've had your valleys, you've had your peaks. What do you think, if you can put it in a nutshell, is one of the best things about being married to Tyler, Ashley?
Tyler is my calmest love. I've never felt so centered than I do when I'm with him. Whenever I have a bad day, you know, I call my mom. I still call you sometimes.
Yeah.
But now I call him first, you know, and it's good having a best friend that listens and cares for my heart. And like you said, the foundation that we have is so deep and beautiful. And, you know, we learned a lot of different things along the way, like dropping pride and dropping arguments, picking and choosing your battles, things like that. But I definitely just love the stillness and the calmness that he brings.
It's a ride, right? But that's
it's
the
a
beauty
ride,
of it.
yeah.
You know, it's never a dull moment. And we say this about our relationship.
Yeah.
To me, that's the way I would want it. You're continuing to learn, continuing to experience each other and learn from each other, and just enjoy that ride. So Tyler, what about you? What's the best thing about being?
Okay, hold on. If you have Vanessa and Nick talk about their own marriage or something, Lachey's talk about their own marriage, you can mark that off. This is also, the way that Ashley's speaking about this is giving the way that fundamentalist wives, the trad wives, will be like, oh, I just love being at home with our 8 children who all scream all day and bake pie for my husband. Like, ma'am, no, you do not. We know that you don't. We know that you fucking hate your life. And the more that you get on TV or the internet being like, I love it. Like, we all know that you're lying. We know that you're fucking lying. And it's just it's not helping. It's not helping the attempted falsehood. And it's also not convincing anybody, I think, including yourself. Did we call I made a mistake yet? No, because I don't think anyone has said that. Yeah, I also want to be clear that in relationships like this where people say, oh, we never fight about anything. We've never had a single argument in our whole relationship. We have never had a disagreement or a misunderstanding. We're just so calm. Everything is so calm. That's a lie. That is a goddamn lie. Or if it's true, somebody is sacrificing themselves in order to keep the peace. That's just the way that it works. You cannot be in healthy relationship with someone and never have a disagreement or an argument or a fight. Conflict is healthy. Conflict is a very normal and healthy and functional part of good relationships, of safe relationships. If you've never had a conflict in your relationship, somebody is sacrificing themselves in order to keep the peace, and that's not healthy. And it will also backfire. It will backfire at some point. If not in the sense of like your relationship suffering, in the sense of your own mental health suffering. There is only so long that you can throw yourself onto the pyre for the sake of maintaining status quo in your relationship. And at some point, something has to give. Human beings don't work that way. It's just that's not realistic or feasible. I argue with my cat. I mean, that's part of healthy relationships. Yeah, exactly. I think if you have this couple thinks they have good communication, they don't. On your bingo card, you can mark that off. I just know she's going to bring this up in every argument forever. I lied for you on national television. This is what resentment is built on. These moments where we ask somebody to sacrifice themselves in order for the relationship maintaining a status quo. And again, that's going to backfire at some point. What do all these people have against dull moments? Quiet Evening with the Cats and the TV show I've watched a zillion times is my fave. That also, yeah. Having a relationship with a steady, normal consistency that is kind of dull sometimes is a sign that you're probably securely attached. You don't need conflict or like, you know, craziness in order to make your relationship interesting, you know? You can just have like normal moments that are punctuated by normal arguments like everybody else. Okay. Let's keep going. 12 minutes and 26 seconds, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Married to Ashley.
No. Honestly, it's the unconditional love. Thought about this a million times. I've gotten hurt playing sports. I've been sick. Some other things have happened, and she has been standing there. There has never been a day where she said, or she hasn't said, I love you. It's extremely unconditional. I've never experienced unconditional love to this extent. And she reassures me every time we talk, I'm not going anywhere. I love you no matter what. And for me, that's first time ever in my life experiencing this, and it's big. Now I'm starting to feel what unconditional love is like.
It's amazing.
Cool. For you as the mother perspective.
Okay, this, like, I want to be super clear. Unconditional love is not the same as never having boundaries. Love has boundaries still. Love has limits. Love has moments where you say, love you, not signing off on that behavior, get out of my face, right? I need a minute to process, and we are going to talk about this. We are going to get to the bottom of what the fuck is happening here, because that's not okay. Love does not mean unconditionally forever, no matter what, with no limits, with no boundaries, continually gassing up your partner, co-signing all of their behaviors, because that's, again, it's going to backfire at some point. It's dysfunctional, it's unhealthy, it's unsafe also. This is the breeding grounds for things like abuse, because if your expectation in a relationship is that your wife is supposed to unconditionally forever co-sign all of your behaviors and tell you, don't worry, I'm never leaving, then what happens when you're abusive to her? Is the expectation that she's supposed to just unconditionally love you through that? That's not okay. That's not safe. That's not... It's giving religious fundamentalism. It's giving divorce is not an option for us, even if that means that we hate each other and we're deeply unhappy in our relationship. Yeah, Caroline, exactly. Okay, 13 minutes and 13 seconds, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Looking on to see your daughter and her husband, your son-in-law. What's it been like for you this past year?
It's been beautiful. I mean, I'm learning from them, you know?
Really? What are you
I'm
learning from them?
The way that they communicate, they have open communication. I just think that it's so beautiful. And I'm going to keep learning from you.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you. It's so great for us to be a part of this and get to know so many incredible people through this experience. And I got to point out one of my favorite people who was on this stage just a few months ago in the house tonight, AD. What's up, AD? How you doing?
I mean, statuesque.
Listen.
Your reunion was an emotional reunion, girl. How does it feel to be on that side?
It feels so good. I'm praying for y'all.
Well, we are so happy to have you here.
Fair.
Fill us in. How
Happy
you
to be
doing?
here. Y'all, I'm great. I'm happy. I'm thriving, living my absolute best life. Like, I'm off that roller coaster, and I'm so grateful for everyone. Like, mounds and mounds of support. Just everyone, like, thank you for sharing your story and being so open and vulnerable. And I didn't realize how much I touched people with my vulnerability, so that was one thing that was really special for me.
Yeah, it's interesting when you're on TV. Like there is an opportunity to really truly inspire and touch other people who are watching you.
Yeah, by lying.
It's amazing you were able to feel that, you know, because that's real.
And you're getting emotional.
I know, I always do.
So what's going on today, current?
Today?
If you have past contestants show up, you can mark that on your bingo card. Also, honorable mention, I just forgot to talk about this earlier. Christine made a good point in the Discord chat. Why does she get or he get unconditional love, but the kids don't? Excellent question, especially if Tyler was just involved as like a support figure in these children's lives. Like, what does that look like now? Are we continuing to be that way? Are you going to have a conversation with them when or if, God, if Ashley and Tyler have children? Like, what does that look like, you know? But yes, also if you have, AD did tear up. So if you have someone tears up, also you can mark that off. Okay, anyways, 14:35, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Like, what's happening with you now, AD?
No, I'm just having a good time.
By yourself or with someone?
Not by myself. With a someone.
With a someone.
Very special someone, but we're keeping it private. We're
Good
keeping
for
it
you.
cute. What else?
Squirming.
I don't know, you tell me. That's good enough for me.
seems really
Yeah, no, all good
uncomfortable.
things. I'm very happy.
And you know we love you.
Thank you. I love you all so much.
It's great Great to have you here.
Thank
for being
you,
here.
thank you.
All right, every season we have stories that warm our hearts and others that break them. One relationship that surprised us all was Marissa and Ramses. Hey guys, hi.
Oh,
There were
God.
mostly green flags. There were a few nautical flags, but there was one big red flag when Ramses called everything off. Hey Marissa.
If you have Marissa's mom shows up, you can mark that off. She was in the audience looking like she was ready to climb on stage and pull Ramses' eyes right out of his fucking head. Poor lady. I know. If looks could kill, everyone on that stage would be dead. Okay. 1531. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
Watching you go through that moment on our television was really hard. How was that for you to watch?
Oh.
I felt like I was reliving it. God, I'm such a crybaby.
It's okay.
Being a crybaby is a good
It
thing.
was hard because I just like remember what it felt like. So it could just be hard to kind of see that and just relive it pretty much. I felt like my heart was breaking all over again. Yeah.
Ramses, how was it for you reliving that moment and watching that moment over again?
It was difficult. You know, I didn't come into this experience wanting to devastate anyone or leave anyone heartbroken. You know, I came in here looking for the love of my life, and for majority of this experience, you know, I thought I had found it in Marissa, and so watching it back was difficult. I had to pause several times because, you know, I hadn't seen her reaction, you know, when she was alone in her interviews, and just seeing how she was falling apart was very difficult to watch back.
You mentioned for a majority of this experience, you thought you had found that. Can you walk us through what that was that derailed that for you?
Yeah, so for me, once we got into that latter portion of the experience, I basically started to recognize how far of a space there was in our energy, and how there wasn't that balance that I've sort of felt in the pods. And
Sorry, what the fuck does that mean? His answer for why he was ending their engagement a year ago is the same a year later, which is the energy was off. What? What does that mean? This is the kind of stuff. Okay. Okay. Practically, materially, if this happens to you, if you're in a conversation with somebody who you're like, hey, why did you do this? And they're like, well, you know, like after just like really sitting with it and like really meditating in this experience, like I was just thinking about how like your energy and my energy is just like wasn't really, it was like a really strange energetic imbalance that I was feeling. Please know that you are so very allowed to be like, hi, what? That doesn't mean anything. That's not an answer. No. Like I need a material, concrete explanation for what it was. What is it? What's happening here? Because that doesn't make any sense. Like you're saying a lot of words without saying anything. So like either say something or this conversation is over. That's very much within your right, because people who do this are often committed to their bullshit. Like this is a moment where you can either set a clear boundary that like, I'm not going to communicate with you if you're continuing to speak this way, or just leave. Honestly, you're allowed to just leave also. Our energies were just not compatible. Yeah. Word salad isn't an acceptable answer. Yeah, it's giving concept of a plan. Yeah, I know. I'm never going to make it to enlightenment with that attitude. And I'm fine with that because we live here. We don't live in enlightenment. We live here on Earth, and I want earthly answers. Thank you very much. Just what the fuck is that? Okay, 1722. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
there was one day where I think it just really hit home for me, and I realized and recognized that if I move forward with Marissa, every day I would be in a place where I would feel exhausted and overwhelmed. I don't want to change who she is. She deserves a person and a love that will embrace who she is fully as she is. I just felt that that person couldn't be me.
Hey, Vanessa. How you doing?
Okay.
Is this the first time that you've seen Ramses?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything
Well,
that you...
no, the day that she called, when everything was called off, I was on my way for the wedding, and everything was called off, and she was upset.
Obviously.
And of course, I'd do anything for her. So I did go up there and speak to him, even though I wanted to punch him in the throat and try to talk him into, see what was wrong. And I'm thankful he called it off. I am. She would have carried that relationship. And so he did the right thing. And I thank you for that. That first out, he should have been honest and man enough to tell her, I'm feeling a little bit of doubt, instead of reassuring her every single time she asked him. She really felt like when she came into this experiment, she was going to meet her one, and she thought you were it. And you broke her. I had to help pick her up. She was devastated. Devastated. You didn't see that part. You got to walk away and cry like you were the one that was hurt.
Yeah, no, you're correct. I should have been more forthcoming about.
The way that he's not having any reaction whatsoever is very telling, in my opinion. But also, good for her. Good for her. I think that she's correct. Listen, I know that Marissa's mom is a little bit of a controversial figure. Vanessa, I think is her name. And there are parts of her behavior, things that she said that obviously I'm not a fan of. And I think she's right. I think Marissa would have ended up compensating for the deficits in their relationship because Ramses didn't have the courage and wasn't enough of an adult to be honest about his feelings. And that's just as much of a betrayal as the fact that he called it off like on the day of their wedding, if not like a few days before. The fact that he continued to reassure her, even though he knew that he was going to call it off, is super fucked up. Like, that's not okay. I think the reality is that Vanessa is correct and that Marissa is probably better off without Ramses. And it still sucks that he did that to her, because she's right. He got to walk away. He got to do the hard thing and then run away and not have to bear witness to what emotional carnage he caused, which is fucked up. So basically she gets on his nerves, but his nerves are fine when he wants to access her body. He knows that she was annoying him long ago. He strung it along so he could exploit her trust and her feeling. We don't know that he did that definitively, to be fair. I do think it's clear that he didn't disclose his doubts when he should have. He wasn't honest from the beginning, which is shitty and problematic and honestly just cruel. It's just cruel and mean. But I think, again, like, Marissa's mom is correct. Marissa is better off without him. But it's still, I don't know. It's hard to watch somebody like Ramses, because I'm sure the 5-page essay about, how difficult this was for him is incoming, and it's just, I don't know. I struggle with that a lot. Regardless, metabolic process, welcome to the big nugs. Thank you for your impeccable timing and the eye bleach. Thanks for joining our little fam. I'm sure you journaled a bunch. Yeah, I don't know that he appreciates the gravity of the damage that he caused. And I don't know that he is willing to try to, because I think in order to do that, he would have to sit with the reality that what he did was actually really, really bad. And this is a thing that is really difficult for people, especially if they have either a very simplistic view of self-esteem or they have a shame wound or a self-esteem issue. Acknowledging when we've done something bad can cause us to feel as though we're a bad person. And so some people who don't have the ability or, the wherewithal, the emotional intelligence, or, haven't had the opportunity to learn how yet, those people will push away from that and say, like, that's not true. I didn't do that, right? Or it's not as bad as they say it is, or I'm just simply not looking at it because I can't sit with the reality that I did a bad thing, because that would make me feel as though I'm a bad person, and I don't want that. So just la 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 la, it didn't happen. And that's, I think, what it seems like is what Ramses is doing. As someone who missed the entire season due to work, reading Al's messages is kind of amazingly fun. I can't imagine walking in at this point trying to decipher what the fuck is going on. Can we bio break? Give me we're only 19 minutes into the episode. Feel free to take a break though, obviously. If you guys are watching on mobile, you can just take us on your phone with you. Okay. 19 minutes and 19 seconds, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Those concerns I had earlier on, I didn't bring them up because I wasn't sure in the moment if it was going to become an issue for us or not. It took time for me to arrive at that place.
But you see, I didn't have like a say, right? Because everything you just said was like, I this, I that. It's like we're a partnership. It's like if you're tiptoeing about my feelings, like if you don't have a say in like how we can better and grow as in a relationship.
No, I understand. And again, I take full accountability for the fact that I didn't bring this up sooner. And that's, if I have any regret for this in this experience, is not having been more forthcoming about that with you. And not to take away from the pain that you felt, but it was difficult for me as well. I saw us having a future, and I saw what it could potentially be. But unfortunately, I came to that realization towards the end of this experience, and it just made for a very sort of heartbreaking situation.
Uh-huh.
Marissa, can I tell you something?
No, Nick. Also, yeah, if you have obviously rehearsed apology on your bingo card, mark that off. This is so disingenuous and annoying. This is the person who says all of the right things, but when there's no emotion behind it, it falls flat. This is also why on the channel, like ad nauseum, I have encouraged you guys that even when we do videos where I'm trying to educate about communication or conflict resolution or whatever, I encourage you guys to do the work to find your own verbiage or vernacular around those things. Because if you say something in this very like weaponized therapy speak kind of way, it doesn't communicate real compassion. It doesn't communicate genuine care. It comes across as you just trying to regurgitate therapy buzzwords in order to like backpedal your way out of being in trouble. This is not it. A genuine apology might include you fumbling or saying the wrong words or saying stuff in a really like not therapy-y way. But if there's genuine emotion behind it, that's what's going to communicate to your partner that you're like here to actually resolve the conflict. And that's what's going to actually help you guys to find that connection in order to move through a difficult thing. This is not that. Not that they're in a relationship and they don't need to resolve a conflict, but still, even when we're just giving a genuine apology to somebody that we've wounded that we're never going to talk to again, it's important that we're honest about what all went down and what happened, even if it sounds bad or makes us look like an ass, because the apology is not about you. Remember, the apology is about the person that you've wounded. It's not about trying to preserve your reputation or make yourself look better or make yourself feel better or assuage any guilt or shame that you're struggling with. The apology is to try to make amends for the person that you've wounded in the way that they want you to make amends. This is none of that. None of that. I don't know. Do I think this counts as an I'm sorry, but this is definitely a clearly rehearsed apology. Do we have I take full accountability on the bingo card? I don't remember. I'm sure we'll be there later. Yeah. Give it time. We'll see. I can't wait for Nick's completely useless reassurance. So let's see what Nick Lachey has to say about a situation that is far beyond his ability to rectify. We're at 2018. Oops, 2018. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Very sort of heartbreaking situation.
Marissa, can I tell you something? You're beautiful, and your energy is beautiful. And
what the fuck does that got to do with anything?
And I don't mean this as a slight to Ramses at all, but you want to find someone who will love all of you and that part of you that is such a beautiful thing. So please don't feel like you did anything wrong in this or there's anything wrong with you. There's not at all.
I know.
You're a beautiful, beautiful soul and a beautiful person, and yeah, just always remember that.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Like, whatever. I appreciate the sentiment, I suppose. But especially like from a man, the like, well, you're so beautiful. Okay. We all know that. Everyone knows that. You could have watched the show with a blanket over your TV and known that she was beautiful this whole time. This isn't about that. Like, also, I just am so sick and tired of the Love is Blind reunions being this very milquetoast, like, well, we don't want to offend anyone. No, I think we should. I think we should offend Ramses. I think we should mean it as a slight because he slighted her. So why can't we slide him? Like, I'm just saying, I don't agree with this like fake, phony, everybody has an equal say. Like, no. And this is the other thing too, that I think people get confused about, like me being a therapist and this channel being about therapy. That doesn't mean that on this channel, we're going to pretend like every person's viewpoint is equally valid and completely okay and normal and healthy. That's not helpful. That's not healthy either. That's not what therapy is. Therapists are not people who just blow smoke up your ass regardless of the decisions that you're making. Sometimes we have to have the hard conversation with people where we tell them, you know what, that wasn't good. That was really hurtful, or that was dysfunctional. That was your fault. This situation, you did a bad thing. You did the wrong thing. You made the wrong choice. And listen, it doesn't make you less worthy of love. It doesn't make you less of a person. It doesn't mean that you're less valuable or less human than all the rest of us. And in this moment, it is very important that I be honest with you that wasn't okay, right? And so we're going to like work towards moving past this situation and learning something from this situation. But in this moment, like this is one of those moments, not that Nick is a therapist, I want to be super clear, but just this like fake phony affect of like, well, you know, I don't mean this as a slight of Ramses. You should, because Ramses did a bad thing. Ramses did the wrong thing. And I think being honest about that is the least that Marissa deserves. We don't need anyone to tell her that she's beautiful. She knows that. Maybe what we should say is that Ramses did definitively the fucking wrong thing, and that we're really sorry, actually, that the show ended up exploiting one of the worst moments that Marissa has probably lived through to date, and that sucked. And so they're going to do what they can to make this experience, at least today, more pleasurable, less traumatizing than that was. Like, that's the very least that she fucking deserves. It's giving, you don't know you're beautiful. Yes, it is. Would Ramses's reaction account as in if it isn't the consequences of my own actions moment? I don't think so, Aaron. I don't think so. Not that one. Nick should have apologized for filming her breakdown. Yes. I think that would go a long way in saying, like, you know what, we know that you guys sign up for the show and, you know, we do our best to make this show a positive experience. But in that moment, we know that was really hard. Not just that you had the worst thing ever happen to you, but that you had it filmed and that you had to watch it. And so, you know, on behalf of the show, we apologize. Like, wouldn't that be nice? But of course, they could never do that. They could never admit any wrongdoing. Any tips for calling out someone who is being inauthentic like Ramses in a healthy way? I am a fan of being as simple and transparent as possible. And especially centering that on your own feelings, right? So if it feels as though they're being inauthentic, you can simply say, you know what, this doesn't feel authentic. I hear what you're saying, and it doesn't feel like the emotion behind it is genuine. And so that's not reading very well. Like, I'm struggling with that. Unsolicited advice. Did he give her advice, though? I think there was more reassurance than it was advice. A good therapist is one who will take you to task because you can't see your own bullshit as easily. That's the point. Yes, August. Absolutely. So we pointed out to help you gain the skills to be reflective and more aware. Absolutely. I tell my clients sometimes the role of a therapist is in some ways to be a mirror for you. To mirror and reflect back to you both your really positive qualities and sometimes the dysfunctional and negative ones that need addressing, you know? Surprised the hosts are so neutral. It would be better on TV if they weren't. I know, that too, honestly. Lapine, yes. Mickey complains about Netflix. Yeah, you can mark that off your bingo cards. If you have Mickey complains about Netflix, you can mark that off. Okay, let's keep going. 2108, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Ramses, anything that was really like sitting with you that you wanted to kind of button up today?
Yeah, you know, we had a lot of different conversations. There's one in particular that we had about contraception. I wanted to clarify.
Why does he have to use the SAT word for everything?
I ever tried to present Marissa with an ultimatum. She had very valid reasons as to why she didn't want to use hormonal contraception. I'm well aware of the effects it has on a woman's body, and so I would never try to force that upon her. We had a conversation about multiple methods. It was a very nuanced conversation. We arrived at sort of a solution that worked best for us. And it wasn't a situation where I was just being whiny and bratty and like, oh, I don't want to use a condom or whatever the sort of perception is of that conversation.
So we could wrap it up, this conversation.
That's not funny.
Always important to wrap it up.
Yeah, if you have, I got a bad edit, you can mark that off because literally what, yeah, and birth control. I also want to point out the way that he took this conversation to the extreme, right? It wasn't, oh, well, I didn't pressure her, or I didn't have a negative reaction, or I didn't, it's not that I didn't respond well. He said, I never presented her with an ultimatum. Okay? You did still, in fact, respond in a way that probably made her feel pressured to do something she didn't want to do, though. You did still respond in a way that was less than enthusiastic and supportive of your partner's decision to prioritize her own health and her own body, which sucks. That's rancid fucking behavior, sir. So it doesn't matter whether you gave her an ultimatum or not. If that's how you want to characterize it, that's fine. But you did still, in fact, react in a way that was, I think, to put it in clinical terms, dog shit. Like, there's just no way around that. You can get a bad edit all you want, or say that they edited your section poorly. They can't make you say stuff, though. They didn't put the words in your mouth. They came out of your mouth and they were rancid. So, like, that's just the long and short of it. Yeah. Just, ugh. He is a misogynist. He is. He's behaving in a misogynistic way. Anyway. Okay, 22 minutes and 9 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Went on the journey of both heartache and ultimately great happiness. We want to welcome right now Zach and Bliss.
They're cute. I do like them.
Love is Blind couple to welcome a baby. So congratulations, guys. It's amazing.
All right, Love is Blind, baby, and Mickey says misogyny. You can mark both of those off. Okay, let's all watch Vanessa lose her mind. 22:18. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the best thing ever. She's actually backstage with my mom, so maybe we'll see a little glimpse of her later. But it's made our relationship and our love stronger and deeper, and it's the best thing ever.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
So tell us about her name, Galileo.
Galileo. Yeah, I'll let Zach take it.
It's the spirit of the person that name represents is what I hope that my daughter embodies.
And it's perfect for her, and we love it.
And it's crazy that this little bundle of joy came out of you guys
non-explanation.
doing this whole experience.
Yeah.
So we have a little look back at your love story and how it all started. Take a look.
We don't need
You never
this.
told me what your favorite song or singer or like band was.
My favorite song is
Oh, not
I
this.
Hope You Dance by Leanne Wombat.
Really?
We're just muting
have you
this.
heard it?
If you have weird sex joke, you can mark that off too. The wrap it up thing was kind of odd.
That's gonna be my first dance song to whoever I marry.
I'm sorry, I'm like already a little bit crying. That's crazy. Go ahead and I'm listening. I'm sorry.
When I was 16, my mother, she dedicated that song to me. She made me sit down and listen to it. And so I actually memorized it. I can sing it from memory.
I can sing it too.
You can sing I Hope You Dance from memory.
That's my mom's song for me. Like, how could I not?
Bliss, how weird is that?
Isn't it weirder that you still didn't choose her?
When Galileo was born, we actually had I Hope You Dance playing in the background. So Leanne sent us a wombat. So if you don't know, her name is...
I'm gonna die.
Like you said in the pause.
Yeah, it was a little delirious. Her name is Leanne Womack, but
So
she has a
good
sense of humor. And she
By
made
the way,
these-
that took some effort. Wombats are not easy to find in your
know,
average,
right?
your average
is it
stuffed animal
hand-knitted?
store.
She made this for us.
Yeah,
too.
Oh
she
my
sewed
gosh.
these little
Okay,
outfits
that's
for
really
the
cute.
baby, so it's really sweet.
I love it. Well, you guys, thank you so much for being here and continuing to share your love story. And we just feel like proud grandparents. I mean, you were
Foster grandparents.
foster grandparents.
We'll take it.
And we can't wait to see baby Galileo later on. So thank you so much. But speaking of wombats,
That's
let's change over to
definitely
ducks.
that's a segment that no one asked for, and the duck thing. If you have the duck incident, you can mark that off. I don't think that counts as them making everyone uncomfortable though, because there hasn't been anything like, yeah, literally, yeah. Also a segment that nobody asked for. If you have that, you can mark that off. Okay, 25:08. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And I'm Nick. Right? Little segue, no?
Yeah. Looking back, is there any part of you that just wishes you had ridden the stinking duck that day?
No,
No? Still no.
I don't get nothing.
So,
Okay, here we go.
in looking back now and watching it, you were very direct. And I just wanted to know if, looking back now in hindsight, do you think I'm glad I did that and, you know, we didn't end up working out, or were you thinking maybe I was a little too direct?
Yeah, I think my personality is I'm very to the point. I'm very direct. That's just who I am. I'm very blunt.
We know.
And sometimes my delivery does not come out how I think it's coming out. I think I'm just like telling you exactly how it is, but really I just sound like a bitch. You know what I mean? So I just have to be a little bit careful. And like I'm aware though, even when we film, I'm aware that like I need to chill sometimes. Like I need to like not be so direct. So the things that I said were all true, but it's just the way that you say it.
How does that make you feel, Nick, to know that she's saying, yes, I stand by everything I say?
I wouldn't have expected her to say anything less. She's entitled to her opinion, and I certainly respect her. And I just think some things came across not completely true. You know, I know she felt that way, but the delivery could have been a little bit better. And, you know, I was a little confused with some of the things that she was saying.
Like what?
We weren't on the same level intellectually, you know, financially literate, respectful. You know, I feel like just watching it back, like, you know, she would tell her friends, and part of the reason why, you know, I'm in love with Nick is because he treats me the right way and he's respectful. And then when we broke up, you know, I wasn't respectful. And it's just some things like that you kind of watch back. And like I said, you know, Hannah's entitled to, you know, her perspective and her opinion. I just saw it a little bit different.
Nick demonstrated a lot of patience that I never would have had. So I'm very, very impressed by that. And I knew he was a good dude, but
like, so sorry that you had to put up with
I was definitely impressed
that.
by his patience throughout the whole thing. So
What are you feeling when he says it takes a lot of patience to be in a relationship with you, to hear that constantly?
Yeah, I think for sure. Like I'm a big personality.
Also, wait, hold on. Somebody in Discord chat said that Hannah's homophobic. Do we have receipts about that, or like where's that coming from? Because I would like to know. Yeah. Also, this face. It's not one of reticence. And also, I think Nick is right for what it's worth. Her statements don't line up, which would be really frustrating. To hear her tell her friends, he's really respectful and he treats me well. But then when they break up, for her to say, well, he has no respect and, you know, never treats me right. Like, well, which is it? It can't be both, you know? Yeah, please spill the tea. Several people are typing. I make mistakes in doing a good job or feeling like I did a good job when taking accountability, apologizing, and validating the other person's feelings properly. I fumble, but keep working on it daily. And honestly, that's really the brief. Continuing to try and acknowledging that, like, ooh, you know what? That was not great. Not my finest moment. I am so sorry, is really what someone could ask for in a relationship. Did she say she regrets nothing about riding the ducks? Yeah, correct. So even after watching it back and recognizing that that was like probably kind of a hurtful thing, she does not take it back. So yeah, if you haven't marked off doubles down on a bad take yet, you can mark it off now. The ducks would like a word. Hold on. Doop doop doop. Doop doop doop. Hold on, where's the... She's just the whole thing about her being obsessed with men not writing things. Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to be clear. I think there are undertones to that are definitely a product of misogyny and patriarchy, but that's not necessarily like an overt homophobic statement. Okay, I thought there was something that I was missing. No worries. I'm glad we clarified that. Her brother did a couple TikToks saying she isn't homophobic. Okay, good to know. Yeah, like I said, I think there's probably some carryover values about like men are supposed to be a certain way in relationships, but I mean, her brother and her seem to have a good relationship. It doesn't seem like there's any overt homophobia, so I'm glad we clarified that. Hannah strikes me as the kind of person who'll do everything but address her own issues. I mean, she does seem to be really good at doubling down on things. Okay, let's keep watching. 27:11-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Like I'm a lot, like I'm self-aware, and like I know that like you have to have a lot of patience with me because like I am direct and I'll just say things. But yeah, I get it. I guess he had a lot of patience. Yeah, that makes sense.
So you don't have any, in watching it, I don't want to use the word remorse because I never want to take away from your independent strength, but in watching the way that it was delivered, and I know that you said you could have worded it differently, do you have anything you want to say to Nick about how you were communicating with him during your engagement?
I'm just direct. Period. I'm very direct. It's harsh. It's bad. I know. This past year I've worked on it. Watching it back, I see, like, you could have said a lot differently, you know? But that's inherently who I am, and, like, I am direct. I just need to work on how direct I am. But
that's not helpful. Okay, we've talked about this before. Being direct, being honest, being blunt is not the same thing as being cruel, as being mean, as being hurtful. There are lots of people who are very direct or very blunt or very straight to the point and aren't needlessly cruel or mean. That's like a very reasonable expectation, I would say. And this is honestly one of my pet peeves when people hide behind this, like, well, I just say it how it is kind of thing. Because it gives people a write-off to be as mean as they want to be. And then when someone says, hey, that hurt my feelings. Well, I'm sorry, I'm just direct. I can't help it. First of all, yes, you can. But second of all, just because that's how you are doesn't mean that you are entitled to stay that way forever, for always, in all circumstances, regardless of the nuance of the situation, and that everyone around you just has to adjust their expectations and to just not have their feelings hurt. That's not how healthy relationships are formed. You can be direct and also learn how to be kind in that directness. And you can be a person who is direct and maybe more blunt than someone is used to, and acknowledge that the way that I was did hurt you, and I'm sorry that I handled it that way in that particular moment. I don't apologize for being the way that I am, and I recognize that that hurt you, and so that sucks, right? Like, that's a very, I think, normal thing to say. Hold on, what Jem say? I missed it. Okay, I missed several chapters and it's fine. Being direct doesn't mean you're allowed to berate your partner. Yes, very much so. Yeah, Nick also looks like he's hurt. Like, look at this man. Listen, I want to be so clear. I really disagree with a lot of the things that he's said and the way that he handles things and his expectations about relationships sometimes. And I don't think that that's a reason to give yourself a write-off to hurt someone, though. Like, we can critique somebody's behavior and say, like, hey, this sucks, or this isn't good, or this isn't helping our relationship, again, without being cruel. Okay, let's just keep going. 2803, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I'm distracted, okay? I'm a bitch sometimes. I get it. I know.
So change it.
Yeah.
Why do you look so excited about that?
Listen, she's doubling down. She's standing.
Doubles down is that's exactly what's happening.
She said what she said, and she's standing on it. I love that for you, girl. And you look great, by the way. You look great.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You look awesome. And I'm sorry I was so cruel to you. I am.
It's fine. Like, you know.
Okay, there we go. But, like, still not a very genuine
about
or...
Garrett's glow up, but you had a little glow up too, Hannah.
Thank you.
How's the last year been for you?
Oh, it's been hard as hell. It's been a rough year. But
When you say that, like...
I've just been working on myself a lot, just like internally and externally. I had a lot of room to grow. I didn't have to watch it back to know that, right? Like, I already knew that when we filmed it. It's hard to figure yourself out and to make sure you're like the best version of yourself. So I've just been figuring it out, I think.
Yeah. And do you feel like you're loving this version of Hannah who sits here today?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think I do. Yeah.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I just feel awkward right now, like I'm gonna cry. I don't know why. Yeah, I do. I love myself, yeah.
And I just want to say one thing. Hannah's fantastic. She's been getting way too much hate online for just being the type of person she is and being, you know, super transparent. Like, we need more of that, right? And she's received way too much hate.
Why are you
it's not
liking the hate
necessary.
comments then that people are leaving on your page?
Like what?
Like, well, people, like, of course I'm creeping on you right now. I'm like looking, and like people say things, and it's not bad, but it's just like people say mean things,
No,
and you like
yeah.
it.
So, you know, if
I don't
it's
think you mean it like
comments,
that, but it hurts my feelings.
Yeah, no, I get it.
After we broke up, my friends are with me, and of course my friends are like, let's go through our shit. And we're packing up, and his work notebook, it wasn't like, it was just right on the table, just like out, and shipping up, and she was like, this is dated September like 18th, something like that. I'm not sure what the exact date is. I think it was 2 weeks right before we left.
2 weeks before you left for the pod, so right before filming.
Yeah, like, it was a very Nick note. It was like, there was 3 entries. So one goes, he wants to sell 2 homes this year. Okay. He wants to be in the best shape of his life in the next 2 weeks. And then the third bullet point, which was by far the most interesting, was that he wants to be the most famous person ever on Love is Blind. I was like, oh, okay, it all fucking makes sense now.
Do you remember writing that stuff?
Yeah. I want to set the record straight. I write 90-day goals. That date was the end of my 90-day goals. When I'd written it, it was 3 months before that. I was with my friend. He got me into doing these 90-day things. You know, he's like, you know, you got to get into this stuff. And I didn't know what to write down. And you know, he was just like, write down anything. So I was like, okay, get in good shape, you know, sell 2 homes. Obviously, I wanted to sell 10 homes by that time. And, you know, be famous off Love is Blind. That was way before I even knew I was going to be on the show. Way
It was 2 weeks before.
That's the date.
Couple of things. I want to note that her saying, oh, I saw that you're liking the hate comments about me, and like that hurts my feelings. So what you're saying is that it hurts your feelings when your partner or ex-partner says or agrees with things about you that are hurtful and or untrue, even if they're just being direct. That's weird. On top of that, this is, again, the thing. We've talked about this before. I really think that this show has lost the plot in terms of its supposed goals of helping people fall in love, because I would say everybody on the show at this point has at least a partial interest in becoming famous, going viral, improving their social media following, and then turning that into a financial opportunity to sell shit or to sign brand deals or to, do whatever. I think this is part of the problem. I fundamentally disagree with this. Like, I want to be the famous person on Love is Blind. Like, ew. Fucking ew. No, yeah, that's also part of it, is that I think all of them want to be famous in some regard. He was just stupid enough to write it down and want to be the most famous person, which is fucking gross and weird. Ugh. I know. Why else would you subject yourself to this at this point? I saw somebody say it's giving grind culture, and it kind of is a little bit. Yeah, I also want to point out, though, the way that she is grinning like the Cheshire Cat after having exposed this. I think there's a part of her that really enjoys trying to humiliate Nick, which is a red flag. You should never enjoy that. That's fucking weird. Okay, 3102-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's a 90-day thing, so I write the finishing date as that. So that was way before I even knew I was going to be on the show. I was taking it super light. We had been through a couple interviews. I would never sit there on camera and say I love you 100 times to someone if I didn't mean it. I was super genuine. I think everyone up here, I guess except Hannah, would say I'm the same dude from start to finish.
And me.
I mean, yeah, I would expect you to have your girls back.
Not only that, Nick, but how, some of us come onto this experience serious about finding love.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter if it's a 90-day date, a year date, I think writing down that you want to come on the experience to be the most famous person on Love is Blind, it's like a slap in the face to some of us and some people who weren't able to come onto the experience.
Yeah.
So it's like, I know that you're a good person when I knew you in the pods, but then you hear about these things and you're like, what were you here for?
It was so irrelevant to me.
Sorry, hello? I just know that we are not going to give this man the third degree when we just watched Mr. Abandon His Children spin some bullshit about how it's totally fine and she knew the whole time and that's all totally okay. And they're like, good man, but Nick is the asshole? Again, I want to be clear. They're like, I want to be famous is so fucking gross. I don't agree with that at all. But the Nick is the worst person on this season arc is something that I did not see coming. That's actually insane behavior. Literally, what the hell? Yes, Hannah successfully shifted the heat off of her. Mission accomplished. Ugh. That's so fucking weird. How they're all gonna sit there and be like, oh no, Nick is the worst. Meanwhile, Tyler lied about a whole separate family and then simultaneously abandoned them. But what a stand-up fucking guy. Oh my God. No, yeah, and I think that's really at the heart of this, Moira, is that Nick isn't the best, but he also isn't the worst, right? I think you would be hard-pressed to find a man on this season that really lived up to the expectation of being a stand-up guy, a guy who's like start to finish super moral and kind. Even Garrett, as much as I am happy that Taylor and Garrett are happy, had the moment where he accused his almost fiance of being tactical, coordinated person because she did the thing that you're supposed to do on Love is Blind, which is not disclose details about her personal appearance, i.e. her race. Like, ew. But let's not forget that Garrett had that fucking moment, please. I just refuse. We're not abiding by this narrative that everyone else is so good except for like Nick and Ramses, I guess. Like, what the fuck? I'm sure there were stand-up guys, but they weren't dramatic enough to be followed by cameras. Yes, absolutely. But Mickey Tyler got married and Nick is a lonely single. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. 31:58, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
meaningless to me. That's why I left that notebook on our counter every single day we lived together. I
So-
knew it was in there, and you know, if she wanted to look through it, fine. But I felt like Hannah knew how I felt. I was telling her I loved her. She met my family. You know, like I lived with her. I was taking it extremely serious. I wouldn't have been on the show if I wasn't.
I think they're just, you know, to Marissa's point and maybe to Hannah's, and we've had this on other seasons before where we question people's genuine reasons for coming here.
That's not me at all.
I think Nick is a very calculated person. And to hear the things that he was saying behind my back after the reveal, like after the reveal, I was honest. I'm an honest person. Nick, to be honest, I did feel like I was a foot taller than you in that situation. I'm not a foot taller than you, but I felt like that.
She literally just admitted that she lied. She just admitted that she lied because she would tell her friends that he was respectful and then say that Nick to his face was disrespectful, which is a blatant lie. But now Nick is the dishonest one. I am so offended that I'm being put in a situation again to defend a man. Oh, a straight white man, no less. Yes, how did the guy who scrubbed his Instagram get out of being the dishonest one? In what? I feel like we are living in the Twilight Zone. What is happening right now? Please tell me that somebody is going to say something. I know, yeah, and they paraded Trevor out just to feather or tar and feather him and then send him back. Like, and let's be clear, Trevor sucked, right? Trevor fucking sucked also. But I want to be so clear that the way that we're treating Nick as though he is truly the scummiest person that's ever been on Love is Blind is making me feel like I am having a neurological event. What's happening right now? Okay, 32, 39-ish, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
That moment. And if that's what I did, so he was ugly, I didn't say anything, and I'm getting hate for that. But meanwhile, like, I hear that he's saying like stuff after the reveal, like calling me like a grenade and calling me ugly, and all these people are saying that he's saying all these things behind my back. But then when he gets on camera, he's like, Hannah's just so amazing and everything she does is so perfect. And it's like, no, it's not. Like, I'm literally being mean to you. I don't understand what's going on. And so I think my frustration was like, what the fuck is going on? I just didn't know what was going on. And then when I found that note, I was just like, oh, okay, like, I see what this is for you. Doesn't mean that, like, maybe he went for the wrong reasons and he liked me and he wasn't expecting that. Maybe that's what happened. But, like, be so fucking for real. Like, that's not your reality.
And being one of her best friends, Marissa, you agree with that?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I mean, I have always had conflicting feelings between Nick and Hannah just because I did get to know him and I got to know him as like a really good person. But with the things I was hearing, you know, about like her looks and how he was rating her and things like that, like it just makes you question like, okay, was he serious about her?
When you say other people, do you mean other people in this room?
Yeah, I'm not the only one, and there's people on this couch who can also vouch.
Because those are fairly serious. Like if you're accusing him of saying things, you know, behind her back about her looks and etc. I mean, that's
accusing him of saying things behind her back is a serious accusation, but the woman who is the mother of Tyler's other children accusing him of abandoning their kids is not. Like, did I get that right? I'm so confused. I am so confused. I truly cannot understand. I also just at this point, because we're past the point of like spoilers and all that, I also just want to make everyone aware that Hannah did an interview, a post-show interview, where they asked her if she has anything that she would like to say to Nick after all of this. And she said that she just wants clarification about why he let her treat him so bad. She said, "Why would you let me do that to you?" She actually fucking darvoed on camera in an interview and is now sitting here and saying that she is the victim because he allegedly made comments about her look. And I want to be so super clear. If Nick made comments about her looks, ew, what a fucking gross thing to do. Fuck Nick for that. And this narrative of like Nick is the bad guy and Hannah is the perfect one is beyond frustrating to me, because I also think it's really important to acknowledge that in this process, because of the way that it's structured, everybody here is probably going to put their ass in the street at some point, right? And so for Hannah to act as though she's like a holier than thou, completely guilty party in this situation is wild. Just wild. Literally, what the fuck? Yeah, also, if you have, like, the wrong reasons thing on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Everybody here sucks. Yes. But I think especially so, the people who are making an intentional effort to gaslight the other participants and us into thinking that Hannah abusing Nick was Nick's fault. I just don't understand. Okay. 33:49, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I think if we need a fact check and get perspective,
I don't
that was
know.
her.
Didn't like you say about my looks? Like, was it with Ramses, maybe Garrett? I can't remember that he was like asking you guys to rate what I looked like.
I never said that. I never said
Did that
that.
not happen? I'm
If I'd
asking
like to
Ramses
tell
and Garrett.
my perspective,
You're gonna talk
like,
to
can I
be
talk?
honest, at least.
Yeah,
Be
of course. And Marissa, thanks for saying I was sincere off camera, because that's how I was. And
wasn't saying
you
that.
dated me, and
Yeah.
we were each, we dated each other pretty far in the process. There's a reason why you kept talking to me. There's
And
a
I've
reason
had
why.
your back with Hannah multiple times off camera and since the show's revealed.
I understand you want.
Is it real though, Nick? Because how's it real? Because then, okay, we break up, whatever. The only time you've texted me this past 3 years, like, are you gonna share the notes of production?
No, I actually texted you 3 days ago.
You texted me 3 days ago after some girls DMing me talking about how you're trying to fly her out for the reunion.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Oh, the girls that you've been DMing, they're sending them to me.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've read them all. So don't act
We're
like this is
not.
nonsense.
We're not.
I'm gonna speak.
You just
I'm
spoke.
gonna speak.
Because all of this is your perspective, and you're trying to shit on me for no reason. I never brought your looks up once. This whole thing is blown out of perspective. I never once mentioned Hannah's looks at all, right? You said your
Are y'all
piece.
really gonna sit here and
That's
just,
not
come
true,
on,
Nick.
come on.
That's not true.
Ramses.
I talked to you about it.
You talked to Steven about it, and Steven talked to me about it.
I didn't
You
talk
have to
to
be
Steven
honest. You did. You said not nice things about the way Hannah looked.
I didn't
Hannah
say
has said shitty things about you on camera and off camera, and you have also. So just take accountability.
Yeah,
I didn't.
Okay, so
And-
Monica,
and-
you said she looked like a grenade.
You literally said she looked like a grenade.
I never said
You
that.
called her
Yes, you
a
did.
grenade.
I
Rated
never
her
said
5
that.
out of 10.
I never said that.
Yes, you
That's
did.
what you guys heard from this person and this person.
You're friends.
Yeah. Okay.
Steven, I don't want to bring up bro code and any violation of bro code, but I mean, this is clearly sounds like it's gone through you. So did that happen?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, let's be so clear. Nick saying shitty things about Hannah's appearance is fucking gross. Like, this is fucking gross. If that was true, yeah, that was Steven. But also, I think it's important to bring up the fact that the man who is agreeing with everybody or validating these allegations is the man who got booted off the show for being a cheater and a liar. So maybe not the person you want in your corner. And listen, I want to be clear. We believe, I don't know, like victims. I know the reactions of people are great. Listen, I don't want to say that like, oh, Hannah's a liar, right? Because if she says that this happened, sure, then this happened, right? Nick sucks for that. Nick is a fucking dick for speaking about somebody's appearance, especially somebody who was insecure and struggled with her body image. Like, especially fuck him for that. And none of that is a good enough reason for Hannah to have abused him for the duration of the show. That's just not how it works. That's simply not the way that works. Yes, exactly. Hannah can be right about this and also wrong for her own actions. There's just no world. Imagine if the narrative were that Marissa said something shitty about Ramses, or that Marissa said continually shitty things about Ramses. And so he was like, see, that's why I tried to pressure her into getting back on birth control. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. That's not an okay thing to do. Yes, this is very much contestants yelling at other contestants, so you can mark that off. I just want to be super clear that this narrative that Hannah is trying to spin, it seems that Nick said shitty things about her. Seems like that's probably true, but that does not negate the abusive and shitty things that she's done to him, nor does that make it okay for her to do that or have done that. That's not, relationships are not a like point system. And also, for what it's worth, if you in your relationship find yourself keeping score like this, bad sign. That's a really bad sign. If you find yourself putting tally marks in each column in order to validate who's allowed to do what or why I did this to you or whatever, back it up, because we are at a point now where the resentment is so high that we're taking pot shots at one another for the purpose of getting even, and we've like fully lost the plot. Like fully lost the plot. There's no part of this that is going to be productive anymore. And so we need to survey, first of all, do we even want to be in a relationship anymore if we have this level of contempt? But also, is this even possible to come back from? Does this count as love is not blind? I don't think so. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, if you have talking over each other on your bingo card, you can mark that off also. You said I was ugly in private, which is much worse than when I said you were ugly to everyone. Yeah. Also, the shushing. Jesus Christ. Don't do that. This, yeah. Yeah, normalizing abusive things or relationships, then you can mark that off. Okay, 35:49. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
We've got to be honest. That's why I'm protective of Hannah, because there was a lot of other things happening that clearly explains why she would feel insecure in her relationship and why she would feel frustrated. I mean, yeah, you said you talked about her looks in a very unkind way. When we were flying home from Mexico, you were the only one on the plane telling strangers, like, we're here to film a show, we're here to film. I mean, it was like, it was hard to watch. It didn't seem, like, when Hannah found the note, Hannah reached out to me shortly after she found Nick's 3 goals, I think the same day. I was 0% surprised.
Yeah, we weren't
0% surprised.
It's just funny to hear, you know, the woman kind
Which
of
makes
getting
it
at me
okay for
because
her to
I never
abuse
talked
him?
to them once on the show. I never told Steven, you know, how I felt about Hannah.
Steven, he just said he never talked to you about the grenade. Is that?
He talked to me about the grenade, but he didn't tell me about how he actually felt because again, we had only had the reveal.
But he talked about the grenade.
He said she looks like a grenade.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, like, as far as the rating scale goes, I specifically do not remember that conversation. But
There's
I do
people on
remember.
the stage who do.
There's people on the stage who would have my back and know that I'm a good guy.
Where
I was
they
here for
at?
the right reason.
I personally feel like this conversation is extremely mature.
Thanks. Maybe. Oops. No, I know it's fine. Sorry. Last time I didn't get copyrighted for the very short time that I know. Mickey flashing all of YouTube for the short time that the overlay was off, so maybe it'll be fine. I don't know. Lost all my good feelings about Marissa. I still think that Marissa got done dirty. And like fundamentally dislike Ramses for that. But this is not a good look. Appearance-based insult and yelling at the audience. No one's yelled at the audience yet. No one has insulted anybody's looks yet. But they're just talking about past insults. I know. Thank you, Chad, for having my back. Okay. Let's keep going. 37:05. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I'm just counting seconds till we move past it, to be honest.
Well, these are things that we do have to talk about.
Yeah,
like, it's uncomfortable, but we have to talk about them.
It's not that it's immature, Garrett. Like, Hannah's getting killed on the internet, right? Like, Hannah was a bitch to Nick, and I'm sorry for that. On like, as her best friend, I'm sorry that she was like that, and like, she should not. She's been mean to me before too. Like, she has room to grow.
And so that's okay.
I think that you guys are out
Yeah, I call Hannah out before.
It's not that it's all her. That it's her. It's her. It's not him. That he's this golden retriever puppy dog. You're not Nick. Okay? You said some mean shit. It got back. Ramses, you want to sit there quietly. Go figure. Like, you know what you fucking said. You know what he said. And it's like we're gonna be the bad people for attacking.
Right. Like,
we're
just saying the truth.
I think you should ask the source. There's so many rumors that go on the show.
It's the truth.
I know exactly the scenario where you said
that's
it
your
because they've
perspective,
told me.
and I have my perspective on it.
It's not perspective. It's okay, fine.
You saw the whole
They
show.
lied. They lied to me. It's fine. Ramses lied
You
to
saw
me.
the whole thing.
All right, Alex, I see you uncomfortable over there. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm fine. It's just kind of baffling because Nick, love you, but you did not like what Hannah looked like. And everybody knew that. It was very
Who
clear.
did I have a conversation with that about?
We all knew it. You talked about it. So it's just kind of crazy
Who
that
did I
you're
talk
sitting
about
here
it with?
saying that, no,
Who
that's
did I
not
talk
true.
about it with?
All right, Nick.
If there's any moment to take accountability for anything, it's right now. Like, everybody messes up. Everybody says things that maybe you regret, but let's keep it 100, man. Like, things were said. Like, this is
Again.
nothing, like, it's not a dig against you, but like,
We're not clapping for
it's, you know,
Ramses,
this is the moment to
please.
take accountability. Like, we're not perfect.
Yeah, I said I was underwhelmed when I saw Hannah at the review. I never said she was a grenade.
Or number
I never
5.
said
5
that.
out of 10. Okay.
Why did she invite me over a month after the show to hang out?
Because we're all human. I was fucking up, man. Like, we all do crazy shit. It's a breakup.
If she really hated
I
me,
invited you back
because I just want to say one time just to make sure it wasn't
If
that
she
bad.
hated the type of person I was, she wouldn't have hung out with
She
me.
was insecure, clearly. She was being a bitch. You had your issues. You were
It's
being
not.
fucking fake.
Her insecurities were getting projected on me
Yes,
throughout
you're
the entire
right.
show.
And you're right, but you also were not being 100% honest
But
either.
you're also making me feel insecure. I do admit that.
By
Like, I
what?
do
You
that.
both
By
are
what?
wrong in your own ways. Like, just.
I know. I do
Whatever.
that.
We know. Yes, you were wrong. You were fucking wrong. We're all wrong.
Is that a fair way to say it?
Hey, wait, Ramses, should we wrap this up?
Wrap it up.
Okay, Vanessa making the wrap it up joke again is not funny. Yeah, okay. Couple of things. I've typed and deleted it 5 times. Yeah, the cast for this season is rough. Okay. So Marissa and Hannah pulling this, like, sure, Hannah was a bitch, but you were also shitty, is a very transparent attempt to say people should stop being mean to Hannah because Nick was also bad. That's not how it works. Again, I want to be super clear, regardless of Nick's behavior, which, again, it does seem like he was lying about whether he said something shitty about Hannah's appearance or not. And, like, again, fuck him for that, for saying it and for lying about it. But in no world does that justify Hannah having been abusive for this whole time. And I do think there is something to be said about the fact that Hannah came into the show with her own insecurities about her body and her looks that she divulged on camera, and then is now making Nick responsible for them. That's, like, the reason that she was insecure in her relationship was not entirely Nick's fault. Was it partially Nick's fault? Probably. And again, fuck Nick for that. And Hannah refusing to take accountability for the way that she has been abusive to not just Nick, but other people is really, yes, it's giving you made me do this. And that's not okay. Because I also want to be clear that even in a scenario where Nick was being overtly abusive or shitty towards Hannah, her saying, well, that's why I was abusive to you, is still a rancid ass fucking thing to say. The truth is that in a scenario like this, your responsibility is to remove yourself from this situation. If Nick was saying shitty things about her looks and making her feel insecure, Hannah's responsibility is to advocate for herself and set boundaries around that, or to leave, to excuse herself from that relationship. In no world is the healthy response or the safe response, the adult response, the mature response, the emotionally intelligent response, the intellectually superior response to say, now I'm just going to be abusive to you. That's not how it works. This is how we end up locked in an abusive dynamic. This is so completely inappropriate. I just do not. I want to be so clear that, again, Nick doing what he's done is so fucking gross and shitty, and he should be honest about that. He should take accountability for that. He should make a genuine apology for that, because ew, right? Him lying about it, especially, rancid ass fucking behavior. And Hannah saying that, oh, this is why, I mean, like, this is why I was abusive to you. No, that's not okay. You don't get to justify your shitty behavior through somebody else's behavior, therefore rendering yourself completely blameless. Like, I don't have to make an apology because look at what he did. No, he should make an apology. You should make an apology, and you both should make an effort to grow and to, like, move past this, to become better people than this. And I think it's clear that neither of them are, which is fucking gross. Like, that's a problem. Neither of these people's seeming lack of desire to improve themselves means that you're allowed to write off your own shitty behavior because of what they're doing. That, I just want to be super clear, that's not how that fucking works. And this is, again, how you, if you walk through life with this perspective, you'll probably find yourself cyclically in relationships with folks who are really bad at taking accountability, who are unkind people, and who will often talk as much shit about you as they do with you. These are relationships that you're probably not going to feel very safe in, that you're not going to really have unconditional support and love in, because this delight that we're seeming to take in publicly humiliating somebody or being cruel and then just writing off our own behavior is a behavior that will often, you'll find mirrored in the relationships around you. It was kind of funny that she was like, I'm sorry for being so cruel, and then proceeded to be cruel to him. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. We're clearly not interested in learning, I don't think. We're interested in finding opportunities to write off her own behavior. Did we mark the triangulation square? I haven't called it, but I think at this point we can probably call the triangulation square. You're right. So if you have that, you can mark it off. Has talking over each other been called? Yes. What happened? What are we doing? Real homies don't support your toxic behavior. Yes, very much so. Okay. Is she trying to compare Ramses' name to a mummy? No, because she's making a joke about Ramses not wanting to wear a condom. Wrap it up like, condom. Did she say I'm only human? I missed it. There was a lot happening. Oh, yes. Arguing about arguing. If you have that on your bingo card, mark that off too. Triangulation is when one person pulls, or two people who have a fault in their relationship pull in a third person to try to stabilize. Like, a triangle. See, if there's two people who are unstable and then you pull in a third person, then it in theory stabilizes it, except that this is a dysfunctional dynamic to have in a relationship. Oh yeah, everyone is ganging up on Nick, so if you have everyone gangs up on someone, you can mark that off. Did Garrett have a 1,000-yard stare? Yeah, you got bingo. I think Samantha got bingo too. Did you? Boop, 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 boop. Did we call talking over each other? Yes. Okay. If you guys have questions about the call sheet, especially in Discord, go check the other form. Rowan, you got bingo. Yay. And hold on, somebody whose name just flew past. Penguin. Oh my gosh. Like everybody got bingo all at once. I'm 2 away from bingo in so many places and I'm not going to get a bingo. Oh, Muthi, I'm sorry. No worries. You guys are fine. Okay, let's keep going. We're 39 minutes and 49 seconds in. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
All right. We're actually going to dive into one of your most memorable arguments. Why not just put gasoline on the flame? This was after Nick talked to Katie. Hey, girl.
Oh, no.
One of Hannah's best friends.
Also,
for what Hannah thought was just a little too long. So take a look at this clip.
I don't remember her. I'm so
Katie
sorry.
came up to me 3 different times tonight. My best friend told me how attractive you were.
What does that have to do with me?
Just let me explain. He's hot, Hannah. Like, I'm really into him. She said 3 different times, right?
What does that have
And then
to
in
do
the
with me,
same
Hannah?
day, you said that you really want
What
to
does
talk
that have
Katie.
to do with me, Hannah?
And then you two get together. I have no clue what the fuck you're saying. I
So-
have no clue what the conversation is, right? But to me, it hurts because it's like, that's my fiance, my best friend. Like, that's like, it hurts me. At the end of the day, it's like, is that a best friend who disrespects me like that? And is that a fiance that disrespects
Again,
me?
My question
what
for
did
you
it
is
have
you're
to
not
do with
secure in
Nick?
this. You don't trust me. That's what
It's
really
not
what
that
it
I don't
comes down
trust
to.
you. It's about respect.
Do you trust me?
I don't know if I don't trust you, but I don't know if I trust Katie.
So why are you mad at Nick then?
Hi. What was it like watching that?
That was hard. I was so excited to see everybody, especially Marissa and Hannah. We're the trio. They're my best friends in the pod, so couldn't wait to see them. And then, of course, throw me in the mix with all my exes. Hey, guys, that was fun. The last thing I wanted to do was hurt anyone. That was never my intentions. And Nick and I talked at the end of the evening. I had no clue how long we were sitting there talking. I also had no idea that Hannah was upset. Truthfully, I didn't. I thought our conversation was fine. Nick and I dated for 3 days in the pods, and I never had a situation where I said, hey, I'm breaking up with you, I don't want to see you ever again. We just never saw each other again, so he had questions. And we're both charismatic people. You know, you look back and we're laughing, and it looks like we're flirting, and for the record, I said he was cute 2 times. Hot, cute, sexy, whatever, cute. But it's tough to hear that because I thought Hannah knew my heart. I thought Hannah knew my intentions. When I found out how upset she was, I was sick, like sick to my stomach. I couldn't apologize more. I sent her flowers, like I was really unwell. And to sit on that for a year of anxiety building up and not knowing like what we said or how I upset her, and then to see it back. You know, words can bounce right off of you, but to hear like your best friend say like that she doesn't trust you, I mean, I have to ask Hannah, like, are there weight in those words? Or I know we've been past this. I know we've talked about this to exhaustion, and I love you. You know, I love you, Marissa, so much. But I have to ask, like, I didn't anticipate that.
Like, nothing against you, I promise. I don't know if I trust Katie. I trust you, Katie. I don't know why the freak I said that. I don't know. I was just in the heat of a moment. We were arguing. If I would have said I don't trust you, then he'd be like, well, you shouldn't trust Katie. So if I just say, I don't know, I just don't trust Katie, the argument's over. But like, it's not right. I shouldn't have said that. Of course I trust you. We've been best friends the past year. It was just that, like, you guys were having a conversation. I had no clue what the hell you guys were saying. Like, now that I watch it, it's not bad. But, like, I didn't know what the heck was going on. So it was just my emotions were heightened and stuff. But Katie, I trust you.
Thank you.
I
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, there's someone here.
Okay, but did she ever apologize to Katie for saying that? Because you maligned your supposed best friend, like, to her face and on international TV. Did you apologize to her for that? This doesn't make it. This is. I feel like Hannah is the friend in the friend group that has endless beef with everyone and will treat people dependent on the way that she feels about them in that moment, irrespective of their value or worth as a human being. And then when she realizes that she's wrong, it's just like, oh, you guys know how I am. And then we just move on. There's never an apology. Hannah doesn't seem particularly gifted in the taking accountability department, I have to say. Oh, Hannah and Nick were a match made in hell, because neither of them can take accountability for any of their bullshit. Neither of them seem to really understand what it is to be honest. And Hannah is really good at being cruel to people out loud, apparently like all the time. Has someone you said I made a mistake yet? I don't think so. Maybe Ramses did. You know what? I feel like Ramses probably did. If you have I made a mistake, you can mark that off. I'm sorry. I had a friend just like Hannah and cut them off 2 months ago. You're completely right. Yeah, this is not a good pattern to have in relationships. Yeah, Hannah's the person who needs everyone to apologize but can never apologize. That's the vibe. Not good. How close are we to a bio break? Probably like 5-10 minutes. Okay, 43:17. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Who might have thoughts on all of this. So let's bring them out. Please join us in welcoming our favorite ENTJ and aspiring trophy wife. Yes, I'm talking about Leo and Brittany.
Oh, no. That's a Leo jump scare if I have ever seen one. Yeah, you can mark Leo jump scare off.
How are you? Hi, Leo.
Hi.
Leo, I'm just going to go right into it. You had a lot of conversations in the pods, but in watching it back, did you ever realize how often you spoke about money?
I know, it seemed like I really couldn't shut up about it. You know, we were encouraged to talk about all aspects of marriage, including finances, and I think I overcooked it a little bit with the money talk. Yeah, I didn't realize until I was watching it back. When I was watching, I thought, geez, this Leo guy won't shut up about it. So if I could do it over again, I wouldn't have led with that so much, because I wish that they could have gotten to know me more than just, you know, what I do and the money I have, because that's so low on the list of like how I see myself.
Well, you did spend a lot of time in the lounge with the guys. You guys all, you know, got really close, which is another thing we love. There's a brotherhood and a sisterhood that exists that nobody will ever know except for all of you. But you guys, in talking with Leo, what was your takeaway from every time he would come?
I don't know if it made it on the bingo cards, but if you have the you can't know it unless you've been through it thing, you can mark that off. Yes, we did call Leo's money mentioned. Okay, 44:48. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Come in, whether it was trying on his Rolex or just hearing his stories. You're laughing, Tim.
Yeah, I'll talk, man. Leo's a misunderstood guy. He really is. He's a high-level
Says
thinker.
Tim.
And he processes out loud. The problem is that can get you in trouble sometimes, especially in a medium like this. Leo has a good heart, man. He's, again, high-minded. He knows his shit on a lot of levels. He's super creative. Man, some of the bars, y'all got a taste of it. But he could put, man, this dude could out-rap. You know, I ain't gonna say nothing crazy. I ain't in trouble.
don't get Kendrick on
Yeah, hey, look, we're in LA. I don't want no problems. But, man, real talk, man, Leo, he's a good guy. I can't attest to the fact that he took this seriously. I would often tell him, brother, I know that you're trying to process and take this so seriously, but eventually you have to make a decision. You were kind of sitting on the fence, and you had to take the lick how you did. You know, he's got a lot more to offer this world than art and commentary about money, even though he has plenty of that to offer too. Real talk, man, I love you, brother.
I love you too, man. Thank you.
Well, Leo, you said you came here wanting a tennis doubles partner.
Yeah.
But tennis is...
Okay, hold on, pause. Luthien in Discord asked if the Hannah-Katie thing counts as women getting in a fight over a man. I think it does. So if you have the women get in a fight over a man, you can mark that off. Yeah, I agree with what Jem said. I think it would be better to have no allies at all than to have Tim defend you. So I'm not really interested in what Tim has to say about anybody's character because, you know. Okay, 46:13, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Literally a sport where love means nothing.
Oh, geez.
Ironically.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Deep thoughts.
Oh, now deep thoughts. Wise thoughts and
In
deep
tennis,
thoughts.
love means nothing. And unfortunately, you ended up alone. So maybe put it out there with the tennis.
Nick, you certainly don't mix words.
What was it like for you, and I use your words here, what was it like for you having to decide between two amazing women?
Gosh, I mean, you can see how torn up I was with the decision. And maybe this is a bit of a goofy analogy, but you know, when you're at a restaurant and, you know, you're between, should I have the pasta or the steak? And the waiter comes to the table and he's like, is everybody ready?
He did not just compare grown women to meat and pasta. Oh, did Leo gesture mwah 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 when he came out? Okay, if he doesn't do it I would prefer for him to do it verbally or for them to mention it. But if he doesn't, then you can have that at the end of the segment. So wait till the end of the segment. He did it, but people were clapping. Okay, fine. If you have the mwah, mwah, mwah on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Yeah, this is painful. I don't want to hear it. No, sending flowers is not love bombing. I know you ended up alone. Okay. 46:51, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
To order, and everyone says yes, and he goes around the table and you're like, let me order last, and you're trying to take every little bit of time, and I was like fighting for every second of time. The issue is the food has feelings. I was so wrapped up in my decision that I really wasn't realizing how it was impacting people, how it was, you know.
The food has feelings. Did this man... Andrea, first of all, congratulations on your bingo. Also, if you have someone gets bingo, you can mark that off on your card. But he did not just say the food has feelings. This is why I said Tim defending you is probably more damning than having no allies at all. Or I suppose that I mirrored Jem's sentiment about it. Because this is not a deep thinking thing to say. Comparing human beings to food is not an adult or deep thinker thing to say. That's just... who does that? Why would you do that? Yeah. High brain man says that choosing a fiance is like choosing dinner. Okay. 47:20. Look at Brittany's face. Look at how mad she is. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
What I was doing to Brittany, what I was doing to Hannah, and so it's something I've been working a lot on. Is I'm someone that likes to have control of every situation and make decisions, and I've been really trying to work on taking other people into consideration with that.
I actually understand what you're saying, but I think that women probably don't want to be associated with being steak or pasta.
I'm all right with being associated with meat, apparently. So.
Steven, we'll get to you.
We'll get to you in a minute, buddy. I know you get a little antsy over there. Your time is coming.
Yeah, I've been a little too chatty.
Yeah, wait your turn. Don't worry.
We got to set the table for all the meals for you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We have not forgotten about you, my friend.
Oh, that's fine.
Does Steven have a humiliation kink? Is that what's going on here? I don't want to participate in that. I didn't consent to that. Do that on your own time. Just, ew. Yeah, who's the pasta and who's the steak? Oh, God. Okay. 48:04, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I was hoping you had, but it's okay. I'll be here.
All right, well, Leo, is there anything that you want to say to Hannah or Brittany about how you handled those final conversations?
Hannah, how I acted towards you in that night and morning conversation, the amount of shame that I have, the temper tantrum that I threw, and then in the morning, for me, how delusional I was for me to call our breakup mutual, like, I got dumped. Then to put you in this weird position of like putting in a good word for Brittany, that was so weird and strange, and like I wanted, like hell would be being locked in a dark room, being forced to rewatch that scene over and over again. And honestly, Hannah, I'm so sorry. You do not deserve that. And Brittany, I put you through a hell of a lot too, and I'm so sorry also for just how my inability to make a decision just, you know, put you through the ringer in the pods.
Thank you.
Speaking
Brittany,
of you two.
Brittany, let's talk a little bit about the reveal. There's been a lot of chatter about your reveal. How did you feel watching that back?
I was hoping it would never be shown, to be honest. I was fully aware of how awkward it was as I was living it. But, you know, as I was watching it, I was like, okay, this isn't too bad. And then it just got worse and worse. But I wasn't uncomfortable with him. You know, I know there's a lot of talk about like him kissing me and touching me, but he was the most comforting part of that moment. I was just so uncomfortable. You're pretty used to being on cameras at that point, but it's like, you know, there's all eyes on you. So I was really leaning into him for comfort, but still like, this is a stranger. Like, I just didn't know how to, I don't know. Honestly, I wish he kissed me more to shut me up because I was filling the blank spaces with stupid words.
So was it a surprise to you when you learned that you were not going to Mexico?
No, honestly, I knew. I really, truly knew. We were the weakest link. I never told him I loved him. Therefore, we had alternate plans already set up.
Okay.
Were you guys given a reason? Did they explain to you why you didn't go?
Yeah, we were the weakest link. You know, of course, they take it seriously. Like, they follow couples that they think are going to make it to the altar, and we clearly did not. So they were right.
How's that working out for them? Pretty
I
good?
was crushed. Who doesn't want to go to Cabo with all of your friends and, you know, women that you're excited to see, that you've heard about all of their fiancés? But I understood where they were coming from. I mean, everybody takes this really seriously, and I completely understood. Doesn't mean I wasn't sad, though.
Well, a lot of viewers are dying to know what actually happened in Miami, and lucky for all of you, Brittany and Leo have shared a photo with us.
Show me what you're cooking. Oh, let me see them moves. You got the whole world looking at this kind of magic taking hold of you.
Why is that a photo of his Rolex? Okay. Yeah, I think somebody asked me earlier if Vanessa calling that out was the worst person. The worst person that, you know, makes a good point. And yes, if you have that on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Also, Joe, thank you for the $5. Joe, yes, I know it's cheating, but my brain's not working today. Honestly valid. Thank you for the $5, Joe. If you have Mickey Says Joe on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Yeah, so we have worst person that, you know, makes a good point, and Mickey Says Joe. Both of those you can mark on your bingo cards. This whole scenario, I think it's noteworthy that Leo's very obviously rehearsed and like has been said in the mirror 1,000 times apology is the best apology that we've seen. That's like heartbreaking news. The fact that Leo's half-baked, emotionless, and fucking falls flat fucking apology, that's the best that we've seen. I think that speaks volumes about where we're at with the men on this show. Just Christine, I see you trying to say something outlandish. When can we see the sheet of things that we have called for bingo? So I'll put it up after the stream has wrapped. We'll take a bio break at the end of stream so that you guys can grab all of the things if you've missed anything, and then we will do final reveals of big prizes. Yeah, no, Eric, I'm not saying that out loud. If you have Mickey Says, I'm not saying that out loud. You can mark that off. No, we didn't mark 1,000-yard stare. I'm not reading that. Travis, you got bingo. Okay. Our rehearsed apology is always bad. I don't know if I hate knowing what I want to say. Oh no, that's not bad. Having a like preconceived apology is not a bad thing. I think going through and knowing what you want to say is not bad. And if you're like, I am so sorry. Thank you for listening to me today. Not great, right? I think there is a world where we can tell somebody, hey, so I want to apologize to you. I have some thoughts. I've been thinking about it a lot. I know generally what I want to say to you, but I also have notes. I might look at them just to make sure that I cover all the things I want to like do right by you by apologizing with all the things. That's totally fair. Like that, I think reads as authentic and just being honest about that, right? I think the genuineness in that and just communicating, this is what I'm doing and here's why I'm doing it, doesn't make it bad. But this, like, I practice this for this moment so that all of the world would think I'm a good person. It's not great. Okay, I literally typed, oof, his 1,000-yard stare, and I didn't know if that was a square, so I want to throw in my opinion. Okay, I missed it, but I will trust the mod's judgment. If you have 1,000-yard stare on your bingo card, you can mark that off too. Okay, golden cups are just a given. It's a free square because they always have golden cups on the show. No one's allowed to have a regular cup, apparently. Okay, let's keep going. 5112, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's what matters, guys. Diamonds and Rolexes. That's what we're here for, dreams. No, but seriously, in all seriousness, you spoke about your superpowers, you know, my hair, my twinkly eyes, and you finally got that back, and you were able to go to Miami with Leo. How was that for you?
We had, honestly, a very good time. I think a vacation truly is the make or break in a relationship, and we did not pass that test. But we did have so much fun. We hung out with my best friend a lot. She's here, and she lives in Miami. All my friends love Leo. I love Leo. I think that's something no one really knows, is we're very good friends now. We talk for hours.
Is this
on
the first time
phone.
you've said I love Leo on camera?
You guys can go to combo now.
Flip it.
Fire up the jet.
On camera. I truly do love Leo, though, now as a person. We're very, very close. But traveling together, there's just some quirks that you realize you're not compatible with long term or in a romantic
I think
way.
that's valid.
For example, he's gonna kill me, but he would, whenever we had a drink, he would take a sip of my drink, no matter what it was. We would have the same martini, and he would just take a sip of mine. And I'm like, Leo, you have your own. But
Why were you taking drinks out of her drink?
I don't know. I can't help myself.
Is this something you know that you do?
I love to share food. I love to
Yeah,
share
Aaron
drinks.
and I are that way, I won't
You know,
lie.
I think sometimes the little things really do add up.
But you knew after that your time in Miami, you're like, this is not gonna work.
Yeah, but also we're such good friends. Like it was like we really just realized that we were better as friends. And I mean, honestly, we talk about our own dating lives. We talk on the phone literally like an hour a day. It's insane.
Well, are either of you seeing anyone today?
I am.
Okay.
That's all I will say. I am.
Leo, are you on the market or are you off the market?
I'm on the market.
Leo's on the market.
Leo, can I say something, man?
Yeah.
I would have loved to have hung out with you in the men's lounge for a couple weeks. I really,
Wow,
thanks. It's great to talk to you, man.
Likewise.
That is the worst compliment.
Oh, man. Excuse me, guys. I've had a tough time sleeping lately. No, Alex. No, this is not you.
Oh, okay.
My man, Steven.
Hey-o.
Hey.
Sir Sleep a Lot. Hey.
What's up?
Sir Sleep a Lot.
I think we are all dying to know what exactly was in those sleep test results.
In the sleep test results?
Monica's
I
like, this
have
is my
sleep
hell.
apnea.
This
Yeah,
is
you're on
not
the CPAP.
funny.
No, I got cleared for one.
Again, I want to be so clear that it bothers me when the hosts don't really resolve anything or talk about anything, and them making a joke out of something that was like genuinely really painful for Monica is a window in my mind to the way that they view the show, where again, they'll give somebody like Nick the third degree for making admittedly very shitty comments about Hannah behind her back. But then this man who cheated on his fiance and lied about it and treated her like a disposable human being, we're like, hey, man, bah, 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 bah. Literally, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is going on here? Like, again, I think this is just very illuminating about the way that they view this fucking show. Mia, did you get bingo? Oh my gosh, congratulations. Make sure that you fill out the form. Mia, yeah, there you go. Never mind. You know how this works. Okay. 54 minutes and 7 seconds pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
But unfortunately,
Steven, tell us what was in the text.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they're pretty juicy. I don't remember.
He enjoys this.
I really don't. I deleted them.
So during a sleep study test.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
No, hold on. We're rewinding.
Test results.
Yeah.
I have sleep apnea.
Are you on the CPAP?
No, I got cleared for one, but unfortunately,
Steven, tell us what was in the text.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that was like so fast. Literally, what the fuck?
Test
I'm just
results.
trying to show you
I
guys
have sleep apnea.
his face.
Are you on the CPAP?
No,
Hold on.
I got cleared for one, but unfortunately,
Steven, tell us what was in the text.
Oh.
Look at this man's face. This is not the face of reticence. This is not the face of, fuck, now I have to talk about the way that I really wounded my ex-fiance. This is not a face of remorse. This is not a face of, like, needing to be forgiven. This is not a face of, like, apology. This is the face of a man who has a humiliation kink and is really excited that this is getting brought up now. Just, okay. And then let's contrast that, shall we?
Yeah.
With Monica's face. The face of like, I don't want to fucking talk about this. The face of, if I just hold still long enough, maybe the hosts won't notice me and won't ask me anything because this is the worst moment of my life and I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, they broke up because he cheated on her by sending apparently really explicit and, I don't know, vulgar text messages to someone that was not his fiance, and she found them. And this is the way that we're treating this interaction. again, just worth noting in my opinion. Okay, 5413, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I know they're pretty juicy. I don't remember. I really don't. I deleted them.
So during a sleep study test, there were DMs sent. Let's get to the thick of this here.
For the respect of the individual, I'm not going to go too deep into it because they
He's
don't need
been
to be
waiting
brought
for
in.
Well, you
this
shouldn't have done
moment.
it on a reality show.
You're absolutely
so-
right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that
Now,
ship has sailed.
I take full
You
responsibility
respect
for
that
my.
individual, but you certainly didn't have respect for me in that moment, so that's funny.
Good for Monica.
Absolutely right. I take full responsibility for my fuck up. Me and Monica even talked about this off camera. We had a date 2 weeks after we talked about it too to sort of
It wasn't
handle
a
the
date.
situation.
We went to dinner.
Well, sorry, we met up for dinner. I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize. We met up for dinner. We talked about this. I even wrote a letter to her parents apologizing for my
Steven,
actions.
But did you write that letter so you could say that to everyone today?
No, I wrote that.
Wow, really?
No, I wrote that letter because I feel bad about the situation. And it was a mistake that I now have to live with for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it's coming across really clearly that you feel bad by the way that you were constantly asking if you could talk about it and smiling like a little shit every time that this got brought up. This is not giving remorse. Sorry, but what is that red dress with the whole underboob that looks flattering on exactly 0? But I don't know. I think she looks fucking great. I think we talked about that earlier. Yeah, okay, sorry. Let's keep going. 15-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yes.
Would bring that up.
Sorry, pause. If you have Monica rips a new one, rip Steven a new one on your bingo card, mark that off. Okay, pressing play. I'm going to rewind by 10 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really?
No, I wrote that letter because I feel bad about the situation. And it was a mistake that I now have to live with for the rest
I
of
knew
my
you
life.
would bring that up. It's like as soon as you had the chance to. As soon as I got that letter, I was like, he's doing this so he can say it at the reunion.
I apologize. That wasn't my intention, but if that's how it came off, I do apologize.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you can't trust me, then there's nothing that I can say that'll change anybody's mind. So nobody's really wanted to listen to me from the beginning.
I wanna hear.
So
I understand
apologies
that.
are just
I'd
not
love
worth
to tell
giving
it,
then?
But to be honest, I don't think anybody believes me, wants to hear. So at the end of the day, why should I?
See, again, this is the problem. This is, okay, so like, yes, smiling when you're uncomfortable can be a stress response and anxiety response. And this man has been smiling the whole time and continually asking if it's his turn to talk about whatever the fuck happened. So I don't buy for 1 minute that this was, just him being anxious or whatever. I think he enjoys this. If not, like, at the very least, doesn't take this seriously. And the, like, well, I apologize for that. I do. Stop that. That's the most disingenuous fucking uncaring affect to have. It also, again, like, there it is. This is the, like, well, if you're not going to believe me, then why should I apologize? Because it's the right thing to do, because you should care, because you owe an apology and a genuine admission of wrongdoing and a show of good faith in trying to be compassionate and kind, at least now, to the person that you have, like, so grievously wounded, not just like generally, but also publicly humiliated by doing all of this. And you don't care. You don't want to do that unless you, get an attaboy for that? That's not how it works. Yes, if you have rejected apology, you can mark that off. And as a reminder about bingo, and for those of you that are new, the rules are in your bingo card. But you cannot have more than one card, and you cannot simultaneously play multiple cards. If we catch you doing that, you're disqualified. You cannot win things. I know that some of you are new and don't know, and it's in the rules. It's in the rules that are on the bingo card. It's in the rules that are on the community tab post. It's in the rules, like, everywhere from the beginning. And so not knowing the rules is not an excuse to just, like, get carte blanche to break the rules and then get a prize over the people who have been following the rules the whole time. So one bingo card, if we catch you playing multiple cards to win, which, to be clear, we can see you. The mods have access to the Bingo Baker account that I use to generate the cards. And so we just click a button and can see everybody's cards in real time. Like, we can watch you playing multiple cards. So don't do that. If you want to win, if you want stickers or you want big prizes at the end, don't do that, because you will get put on the cheaters wall of shame that the mods and I have in an Excel spreadsheet, and therefore disqualified from winning prizes. So Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, sorry. We should probably take a bathroom break. We're going to take 5 minutes. It is 3:05, so we'll be back at 3:10, maybe 3:11, 3:12-ish. Go to the bathroom, get some water, fuel your bodies and things, take care of yourself. And then we'll be back to watch the rest of this. We have like 30 minutes left. So, okay. Permission to empty my husk. Yes. Go empty your meat suit. See you in 5 minutes. Just kidding. Okay. Hello, everyone. We are back. Right? Yes. Sorry, Allie. I didn't mean to jump scare y'all. Might be. Where can I find what's been called so far if I'm just on YouTube? I will post at the end of the reunion. I'll post a screenshot. We'll take a brief 5-minute break again, and then you guys can catch up. So, in 30 minutes. What type of animal would you be, soup you'd be, and your favorite beverage? Animal, like a bird of some kind. Type of soup, I think probably cream of mushroom soup, but like the fancy kind, you know, like the homemade kind. And then your favorite beverage, I don't know, coffee probably, something caffeinated. Caroline, you got bingo. Over here nodding my head as if you can see me. Yes. Bird, mushroom, fancy, coffee, nice. Yeah. I missed my first 30 minutes. Did you dress up for Halloween? So I dressed up earlier in the month. We went to a Halloween party for a friend. And Erin and I and one of our friends, we were the Hex Girls. So like sort of, but last night, no. Some friends and I on the server just watched Rocky Horror Picture Show last night instead. So that was our Halloween. Yeah, it was really fun. I had never seen it before, so I enjoyed it a lot. I got to like be inducted into what is a queer rite of passage with my friends. So that was nice. When your friend is in an emotionally abusive relationship, how can you best support them? Be honest, but be kind. Be on their side, right? You want to stress that you don't agree with this behavior, or that was hard to see, or that you love your friend and they don't deserve that. And that you're saying these things not out of judgment of them. You're not saying these things because you think less of them, but because you love them and want to see them be happy, feel supported, right? It's a difficult balance, though. Sometimes it doesn't matter how kindly you phrase something or what you do, your friend will still not get there, and that's not your fault, you know? Yes, Hannah, I loved it. I don't know what my favorite song was. I mean, Time Warp I already knew going in, so like I really enjoyed that. But I don't know, the one where Frankenfurter comes out of the elevator, I can't remember what it's called. I did really enjoy that one. Yeah, Jamie, I had so much fun too. I'm glad you came. Okay, let's get back into this because we got a deadline, y'all, and we're slow at watching these shows. So, 55 minutes and 50 seconds. We are press and play in 3, 2, 1.
Nobody wants to believe me. Nobody cares about my side of the story. I acknowledge 100% that I messed up. I've done everything that I thought I could do. I talked to my parents. I asked them what I should do. I've done what I'm supposed to do. I've read books. I go to therapy. I do all these things. At the end of the day, nobody cares. No, because if they did, we wouldn't be here right now having more accusations about something that we squashed a year ago.
Yeah, because you suck.
I understand that I completely fucked up.
Do you?
And how much more responsibility do I have to take? I had a moment of weakness where somebody texted me and they were talking about a heart condition. And then immediately after that, they go into, so I've gone into some interesting fetishes lately. Understanding that this is probably a reaction or a conversation that I should not entertain, I was still curious how you made this jump. So I said, what kind of fetishes? And then I entertained that. Yeah, I entertained that conversation, and I knew I shouldn't. And then I put my phone down in a sleep study, and I said, you know what? I've done this before. I know where it ends. This is the man I don't want to be. But I never deleted it because, to me, I emotionally conquered a demon that I've been fighting for a while.
We do have a picture. He was at a sleep study, so that part is true.
Yeah.
This was from that night.
Okay.
But something that sticks out is Monica,
Can't be
in
drunk
the
at a
pod,
sleep
I
study,
remember
though.
early on, he spoke about cheating. He said, I slipped into a girl's DMs. And your reaction was surprising in the sense of, I'm so sorry, thank you for sharing that. But it was an interesting, in hindsight, red flag. Do you think, looking now at the situation, that maybe you had rose-colored glasses and maybe you ignored some of these signs because you wanted to be married and find your person?
I know that Vanessa Lachey is not trying to blame the woman who got cheated on for getting cheated on. This is why I hate this show. This is why I hate the hosts of this show. This is why I hate this show. Literally, what line of questioning is this? I just don't understand. How last year we read somebody the riot act for cheating and for shady text messages, but this year we're like, well, but won't someone think of Steven? Monica, have you considered actually this is all your fault? Have you thought about that? Like, literally, what the fuck? Also, like, yes, was Monica a little bit nitpicky? Was she like kind of a lot? Yeah, in the beginning, I think that's fair to acknowledge. Doesn't justify cheating on her. Doesn't ever justify or excuse literally violating the terms of your relationship in such an aggressive and overt way. Also, I slipped. What does that mean? It's giving conservative politician who has a porn addiction. No, you don't. Like, you probably are just not very good at respecting people's boundaries, which is something that you should work on. That's a you thing. Like, yes, that's the other thing. No one is a perfect victim. And in case you needed to hear this, there is nothing that you could have done or said or didn't do or didn't say that would have made your abuser or the person who cheated on you or victimized you treat you better. There is nothing that you can do to make someone treat you better. They should want to treat you better. People should want to treat you the best that they possibly can. That is a normal expectation in a relationship, and you should not have to try it to be considered. That's not fair. That's a fucked up dynamic to have. Yeah, I lost focus. Also, let's just be very clear that if this man was at this sleep study, and the story is true, right, that he asked this question and then realized, like, no, I don't want to be this man. Come home and say, hey, I need to tell you something, right? This happened. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I did this. It was a stupid decision. I'm telling you now because I want to be as transparent with you as possible. I understand if you don't want to be in a relationship with me, but I'm telling you this in transparency because I recognize that this was shitty, and also that it was a decision that I made in the moment that I don't stand by, I don't agree with, and I'm like making concrete efforts in X, Y, and Z ways to never do that to you again, right? Like, that's, I think, a relatively stand-up way to deal with something like this, but he didn't do any of those things. So why would anybody ever feel bad for this man? Also, the fact that he's centering himself in the situation of like, no one cares about me, no one, like, it's never good enough. Like, yeah, because no one's going to forgive you for this. Like, that's totally fair. But the way that he's centering himself in this situation tells us all that we need to know, I think. I don't think she's scolded anyone yet. Do you give it time? I'm sure it's coming. Okay, 57:35. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Honestly, no. I don't think so. I think
good for you, Monica.
Steven and I's conversation in the pod was obviously much longer than you all get to see, and that was the first of many of them. And I've dated a lot of cheaters, and not anyone until Steven had been honest about an indiscretion. So I very much appreciated the fact that he was telling me this so early into our relationship. I actually saw it as a yellow flag, maybe not like a green flag, but he was being honest about it. And he said in that conversation that he'd been in therapy ever since. It was the biggest mistake he ever made. He was really, really hard on himself once he got caught.
If you have somebody mentions therapy on your bingo card, you can mark that off.
Like, you know, there was a lot that he did in terms of trying to do the work and still doing the work. And like, I never in a million years, even though he shared that with me, that he'd done it before, he made me feel so safe that when I say I never saw it coming, never in a million years. So people might, you know, watch the show and think differently, like there were signs there. Maybe we weren't gonna make it all the way. We certainly weren't supposed to, that's for sure. But
yeah,
I never in a million years would have thought he would have emotionally cheated on me, never.
Do you regret it?
Yeah, of course.
Do you still talk to this woman?
This is the weird part. Nobody's gonna believe this, but I only talked to her that one day. I've never met this girl in person. This is someone that I knew through Instagram. Never met her in person, only talked to her that one day. I know what it sounds like, but that's the truth. I haven't talked to her since.
Monica?
What does that matter?
I don't know. I know that those texts were very long. Like they went a ways back. I mean, you didn't start texting her that day on Instagram.
No, I've known her for years. Those texts are just, I don't delete my text threads. And that's the other thing. I don't delete my text threads. Monica knew I didn't have a password on my phone.
I didn't know that. I didn't know if you had a password or not. I don't know if you had a password. You've been saying that too, like you should have a password on your phone. I didn't know. I wasn't like sneaking in your phone. I didn't know.
No, and I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying, we talked about it in pods. My phone, especially in a relationship, is completely open to my partner.
How could he have known her for years, but then also only talked to her that one day? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, I think there's probably a couple moments that have been an awkward silence, to be fair, but because we're watching it sped up, it's hard to tell. So if you have awkward silence, you can mark that off. I don't think this counts as man with anger issues. Yeah, somebody mentions their social media. It's come up a couple of times. So if you have someone mentions their social media, you can mark that off. Oh boy. I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to run out of stickers. I know I should get spider cape pins, Christine. Okay. 59:44. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Because if I'm doing something wrong, I deserve to get caught. 100%. And that's essentially what was happening.
But just stop doing something wrong.
You know, and
does he like that
giggling to
though?
where
You're
Brother
absolutely
Pearl
right.
sat with
From
some other
sleep
men.
tests.
I sweetly looked up at this guy's face.
Wait,
then
what?
down to
What the hell was that? Hold on. What the hell? Hold on. What the fuck just happened? Why did I just hear... what? Hold on. Did anybody else hear a YouTube video playing just now? Or am I like losing my mind? Audiobook coming in hot? Yeah, what was that? Yeah, okay, it was Rachel Oates, right? I'm like, do I have Spotify open on my, like, what is going on? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Hold on. No, I have a thing open for a cape pin that I'm going to buy afterwards. I am so confused. Was that someone in Discord? I feel like I'm losing my mind. That stressed me out. I literally have 2 tabs open. These are bingo. I don't need that one, I guess. I have 2 bingo tabs. 1 bingo tab open. Did someone put a link to something in OBS? I feel like I'm losing it. Hold on. iPad? Is it my iPad? I don't think so. Oh. You're in close proximity to other people using Bluetooth. Sometimes things can get crossed. Oh my gosh, is someone in this building watching a Rachel Oates video? Wait, can we be friends? That was so stressful. I was like, I'm having a neurological event. Okay, let's just rewind by 10 seconds and see if it happens again. Woo. Okay, 59 minutes and 35 seconds. Pressing play on 3, 2, 1.
Your phone. I didn't know. I wasn't like sneaking in your phone. I didn't know.
No, and I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying we
Okay.
talked about it in the pods. My phone, especially in a relationship, is completely open to my partner because if I'm doing something wrong, I deserve to get caught. 100%. And that's essentially what was happening.
But just stop doing something wrong.
You know, and
Yes.
you're absolutely
I do wonder
right.
if he
From
likes
sleep
that.
tests
Hey-o.
to sleeping while the in-laws are in town.
Oh,
Transition.
no.
A nap landed her in the doghouse.
Woof, woof, baby.
Woof, woof. Hi, Alex.
Hi.
You're looking fly.
Thank you.
Cut the hair.
Yes.
You know, they always say whenever women cut their hair, you cut off all the old energy.
Correct.
Hi, Tim.
Howdy.
You didn't cut your hair.
No, hey, I'm hanging on to what I got left.
Hey, that's how I feel.
Hey, look, still
Red
in the fight.
flag.
So, Alex, all joking aside, Tim said your argument on the getaways was so bad that he almost left early. Can you shed any more light on what we didn't get to see on camera?
What you didn't get to see was a verbal disagreement. As you saw, I'm very close to my family. And my dad had been admitted to a rehab facility a week before I left. And being 3 weeks not talking to them, it just kind of weighed in on me at that moment. And I just wanted space. Go to bed, take a shower, go to bed. That's literally all I wanted to do. But unfortunately, I wasn't given the space that I was wanting, which turned into a disagreement. Simple as that.
Tim.
First and foremost, like I don't want it to come across like there's any actual animosity here. Like, I still wish her the best. There's a reason I fell in love with this woman. And I acknowledge.
He literally said that he never wanted to see her again. Like, he was being so aggressive during that breakup conversation. So, literally, what the hell? Okay, hold on. Fight off camera? Well, I thought this fight happened on camera, though. Did it not? Boop, 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 boop. I don't think this counts as a man with anger issues. It was off? Okay, if you have fight off camera on your bingo card, you can mark that off then. Okay. Yeah, mark that off. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. The hand over the mouth thing happened off camera. Okay. 1:01:27, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Acknowledge all the beautiful things about that. My version of events, she had left before me, the pool party, so I'm trying to catch her, but I could tell she was upset.
Okay.
So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, this is my fiance. I want to be there for her. So I approach her, I'm saying, hey, are you okay? What's going on? We're in this hotel bathroom. Everything's been good to this point for me, and you're crying on the floor, so I'm trying to be there for you. I understood that she was upset about something with her family, but I'm also trying to understand, because at the same time, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So it quickly turns contentious, and it got to the point where, yes, I did feel like things got out of hand from a boundary standpoint, to where, yes, what happened with the hand being put over my mouth was put over my mouth. Yes, I was called something other than the name that I was given on this earth. I know the medium that I'm on. I know that I'm a 225, 6-foot black man. I don't want to get portrayed as this angry person to where we are fighting and squabbling it out on camera and understanding there's producers outside the door, et cetera, et cetera. But also, if I'm talking to someone I love, y'all hear it in my voice right now. I can't be quiet. Ask me, I'm not here to, I don't force my opinion on anybody, but don't ask me what I think unless you want to know. Whatever partner I have in this world, I'm hoping that they understand that about me. I took everything with this process and how I felt.
What did Brittany say? I missed it. Hold on. We're rewinding.
Don't ask me what I think unless you want to know. Whatever partner I have in this world, I'm hoping that they understand that about me. I
can't hear what she's saying. My auditory processing is not there. Did anybody catch what she said? I know. Hold on. We're focusing in.
I'm not here to, I don't force my opinion on anybody, but don't ask me what I think unless you want to know. Whatever partner I have in this world, I'm hoping that they understand that about me. I took everything with this process and how I felt about her so seriously from the jump. And I don't want it to come across because things ended how it did. There wasn't something beautiful about what connected us. I hate the fact that our worst moment is the moment everybody wants to hear about the most.
I will say, I think you are definitely looking at it in a magnifying glass, every single one of you. I know right now it feels like the world's coming down on you individually. I know it's hard to see outside of the box. Trust me when I tell you I know. But I think the reason that people do go to that fight, because A, we didn't see it, so all we can do is speculate. So thank you for clarifying some of it. And I will ask you, because I know you were agreeing and disagreeing with some of the things he was saying.
For sure.
But B, it's because when we watched you in the pods, you did and are so genuine to the point that you talked so deeply about things that mattered so much. Everyone got so invested. And it did feel as if after the Cabo trip, that was the moment that it started to unravel, if you will. If I saw the look on Nick's face that you had the day in Cabo, I would have thought he checked out.
People say, okay, I'm checked out. I'm trying to process, okay, the person that I have been and am being clearly isn't working. I've never been in an argument like that with somebody I consider myself loving ever in my life. So let me figure out what it is that my now fiance needs out of me, the version of me that she needs, because I am trying to make this work.
I just want to make it very clear. Nothing on my end was physically assaulting him. And he can agree with that.
I'll attest it.
I'm literally put in a position where I'm trying to prevent production to come and see this fight, like this argument that we're having. And I don't want it to look like we're in a bad space, or that I don't want cameras to come and make him look bad. Simple as that. I was trying to protect him. I just wanted to de-escalate this entire situation so that we could just go to sleep and revisit it in the morning. But now it's turned into an assault thing, which it wasn't.
Well, clearly, if you did, he would say, you guys
clear
have
for everyone watching, there was no assault.
Yeah.
It wasn't assault, but I reject you saying that I yelled at you. My voice carries. I was asking you what's going on.
Production had to come in and calm you down. Your voice, you were very upset.
They had to come in. I was upset after you touched me. I'm not saying this to be shady. I was more offended at being called outside of my name.
What did you call him other than his name?
Well, because he was disrespecting me for like over an hour. I said, you're acting like a little ass bitch. And I'm not taking it anymore.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's just how I felt.
It's crazy that why would you say that to any grown man out here trying to love you?
And it was crazy how you belittled me the way that you did.
Y'all asked men to take you seriously. And
sorry, what the fuck? Okay. We're going to rewind by 10 seconds because I want to talk about that. Just as a point of, I don't know, order, I guess, point of reference here. When someone says, hey, you were yelling at me, or I felt like you were yelling at me, it might not feel that way to you, but especially if you know that you're a person whose voice carries, who's loud, then it's important that you be aware that what is yelling to you might not be yelling to someone else, and vice versa, right? if your partner is like, please stop yelling at me, and it seems like they're doing it in like genuine good faith, be aware that sometimes you're going to have to compromise about your method of communication if you're a loud person, especially because that can be scary for people, right? As a person who is just loud naturally, it's something that I've had to make a concerted effort to get control of, so that when I'm upset and I know that like I'm going to speak in a way that might be overwhelming or too loud or scary to someone, break. Need to take a break. I need to bring my emotion level back down so that I can communicate in a calm, clear, quieter tone so as to not scare people. This is like very doable work. It's work that people do all day, every day. But when you tell your partner, I'm not yelling at you, and you're like clearly yelling at them, that's not helpful, right? And regardless of whether it seems like yelling to you or not, the question is whether you're willing to take your partner at their word. And I think if you're willing to take your partner's word for the fact that they feel yelled at, then you should do something about it, right? Oftentimes we find ourselves in this like little shit fight situation where it's like a sort of tit for tat kind of thing. And again, the question is whether or not you're willing to let go of being right, or, you know, feeling like winning the thing that feels right now to you, or you're willing to be connected to them, because you can't have both sometimes. Like, you don't get to tell your partner, I'm right, you're wrong, I like won over you, and still feel connected to them, because that makes your partner feel like shit. So in this regard, I just really disagree with the way that Tim is characterizing, like, I wasn't yelling at you, and so that's the final word on it. Like, why would you get to say? That's not fair, you know? The thing is, he so often talked over her. Yes. Even during their breakup conversation, he did that, where he had this sort of fake, phony, calm guy affect. And I think that's probably a product of Alex saying that he yelled at her a lot. And so he tried to put on this like, smarmy, nice guy thing. And even that came off as him talking over top of her. I think he really struggles to respect his partner, and I don't know if that's just Ashley specifically or if he's struggled to respect partners generally, but the way that he engages in communication is not respectful most of the time. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 21 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's crazy that why would you say that to any grown man out here trying to love you?
And it was crazy how you belittled me the way that you did.
Y'all asked men to take you seriously, and why would you belittle me?
So why are you got your finger in my face and yelling at me because I don't want to talk to you because I'm upset about my father? Had nothing to do with you at all. I literally just wanted to take a shower and go to bed, and that wasn't good enough.
And you didn't say that once.
It's never good enough. It's always what you want. But when you want space, it's okay. But when I wanted space, it wasn't good enough, right? Let's remember that. It's always on your terms, Tim. Never mine. I never get a word in. You just talk for like 10 minutes in circles. You literally are so long-winded and only listen to yourself.
I'm literally being berated here. I'm just trying to speak my truth. So I can't speak my truth without apparently yelling at you and get called a bitch. Come on, man.
Don't try to spin it like somebody's trying to make you like that, because I try to protect you throughout our entire relationship, which is why you look amazing.
Like, why are you trying to come for me when all I'm doing is showing you love? Why the attitude? Why?
Literally, what is he talking about? This is the kind of man who will say at every turn that he's the good guy and you're awful and that you're so difficult to love and that you're welcome. This is toxic. This is, yeah, if we haven't called gaslighting already, we can consider this gaslighting, because the way that he's saying all I'm doing is showing you love when he just admitted to having a voice that carries and that he has done wrong things and all this stuff, but all he's doing is showing her love. This is not love. Yeah, this is also giving some manosphere bullshit. Hernandez, yes. The y'all ask men to respect you thing. It's very Joe Rogan, isn't it? Just, it's very Cody Brown. These females want men to respect them and then they act like this. I just don't know if, like, this doesn't come across as anger issues to me. It really doesn't. I'm sorry. I think that he is pompous. I think he's entitled. I think that he is gaslighting her in this moment for sure. But I really don't think that he has anger issues. I don't. Not any more than everybody else on the show. If he has anger issues, then so does Steven, and so does Nick, and so does, like, basically everyone else. I just don't think that that's true. Yeah, he has control of his emotions. He just doesn't respect her. Yes. He's being belittling. He's being rude. He's being condescending. He's being dishonest. He's being gross and fucking just ick. But he's not, I don't think he has anger issues. Especially knowing that he is a black man and that, like, the I don't want you to be seen as the angry black man thing is present in this scenario. I don't feel good about labeling a black man who just so happens to be yelling in this moment as having anger issues. Like that, you know, I just don't. Yeah, okay, Tim throws a tantrum. That's fair. If you have that on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Okay. Yeah, regardless. Yeah, he's not yelling, he's just being loud. Yeah, regardless, I think we're seeing some of the misogyny leaking through his phony facade of Mr. Nice Guy. It's very clear that he doesn't respect her. And it also seems like this dynamic, at least when they were together, had the flavor of Tim sort of like poking and poking and poking and poking until Alex blew up, and then him being like, ugh, how could you blow up at me like this? How could you call me these names when y'all want men to take you seriously, but then you do this after he's poked and prodded and poked and prodded and poked and prodded and poked and prodded, to turn around and be like, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, no, that's not okay. And we're not going to pretend like Alex is the one who is just all out of order here. Like, that's not a fair expectation. The reaction gifs. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going. 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 25 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
What did I do? What did I do to you?
Okay.
Well, look, I think it's safe to say that he felt disrespected in that moment. And I think another moment we all saw where you felt disrespected is when you took a nap when his parents came to visit.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back on that, why did you decide to take a nap, knowing his parents had driven all that way to see and spend time with you? And do you regret maybe some of the ways you handled that day?
Why are we continually blaming the women?
What unfortunately wasn't shown is
Also, how are we continually blaming all the women except for Hannah? What? I don't understand how the woman who was actually abusive to someone, they're like, well, you know, Nick, maybe you shouldn't have done that. But all the other women, they're like, maybe you missed some red flags, and the fact that he cheated on you is actually your fault. Have you ever considered that the man who said that he never wanted to see you again and that you were never going to be his wife material 2 days after he made this really emotional plea to your dad, who is terminally ill, to let him marry you, that maybe this was your fault actually because you just weren't as respectful as you should have been? Like, what? That's the take that we're having, but not like, hey, Hannah, have you thought about the fact that maybe you should not have verbally berated your fiance, like, again and again? No thoughts about that. Okay. Literally, what the hell? I know, they're the worst hosts. The worst. Ugh. Okay, anyway, sorry. 1 hour and 7 minutes even. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Work so much. I work in fashion, I bartend, and that night I had to bartend for the first time. We were with his parents at like 11 a.m. until about 6, 7 p.m., and I had to work at 9 p.m. at the bar till 3 a.m. And I simply wanted a nap after we had lunch. We talked for like 4 or 5 hours, and I literally just wanted 1 hour nap before I go into work.
That's fair.
That's all it was. It was the only time that I actually bartended during our entire relationship.
Okay. Well, Tim,
that's very fair.
I know I speak for
real quick, I also want to be super clear, especially knowing that her dad has MS, and that there are potentially chronic health issues at play. It's especially valid that she would want a nap. And on top of, you know, the fact that her dad is ill and that's very traumatizing, that does a number on your nervous system, and that it's entirely possible that she might also have some kind of chronic health issue. Again, taking a nap is like the bottom of the barrel level of like respecting your spouse. But on top of that, people's emotional and social thresholds are just different. Sometimes people don't have the emotional and social threshold that you do, and you don't get to tell them that they're bad or wrong for not having that. Resting, sleeping, needing a nap, needing to stare into the void and have some non-social time. All of those are perfectly valid needs in a relationship. So this conversation, this should not be a question of whether it's okay or not for her to take a nap. She doesn't need to have spent a certain number of hours with them in order to be deserving of her own rest. Like, that's her body, it's her time, her brain, her nervous system, her space, and she deserves to advocate for that in whatever way makes the most sense for her. That said, if that hurt her fiance's feelings, that's totally valid. He is allowed to say that. What he's not allowed to do is say, because you hurt my feelings, I am allowed to dictate to you what you're allowed to do or not do with your own body. That's not how that works at all. We can find a compromise between it hurt my feelings because I was envisioning we would spend more time with my parents, and I am allowed to make decisions about my own body and my own rest. Those things, there is a middle ground there. There's any number of things that we could have done or said that could find a middle ground, or at the very least, just find a compromise, find a middle ground for these two people to reach resolution around this discussion, if not an actionable thing, right? But this scenario, this whole conversation being centered around whether or not it's okay for her to take a nap or not is like completely missing the point. That's not... We should never, ever, ever be debating whether or not someone is allowed to take a nap or not. That's ridiculous. That's so silly and ridiculous and not at all a thing that we should even be discussing. Yeah, we don't get to police someone else's energy or their time or their brain or their thresholds. That's not up to you. This is an asinine argument to have in the first place. Anyways. An hour and 7 and like 33-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
A lot of us who watched it on this stage, when I say that one of the most touching moments in the entire season was watching you ask Alex's father for his blessing. And a lot of us are also having a hard time understanding how you did that, but then called it quits a few days later.
The engagement ended because I felt like the level of respect that I was given wasn't being given in return. Every day in this process feels like a week. What we bonded over most was how much we love our family. The entire time we met, she wanted me to show her father some respect and love, and I wanted to respect and love my fiance, so she asked me, and I showed up for her family. Because I thought this was going to be my family. I was trying to give this my all, because I loved this woman, and I meant that. I felt like when it was my turn, it wasn't returned. And she said she has to work, which is fine. I get it, everybody makes a living. She didn't mention that she was in the club till 4 in the morning the night before. She didn't mention that the day after that, she didn't text me till 10 in the morning. And the day I tried to warn her about her flat tire, she called a flat tire, even though I tried to tell her about her prior tire pressure. I'm trying to show love all day, and you wait until the afternoon to try to speak to me. When you say we always have to talk on your terms, I've been waiting all day to hear from you. You didn't even let me know you made it home, and you're supposed to be my fiance. So I'm not even worried about accountability. I'm just worried about your safety.
Okay,
That's
Alex,
not true.
you were while he was talking.
This is a thinly veiled attempt to insist that he is allowed to have control over her time and her schedule and like where she's going, that masked as a desire to keep her safe. This perspective, this like dynamic that he set up is toxic and can very much lead to abuse. This is not okay. If you truly are hurt by your partner not communicating with you enough, then say that, right? But again, this like, well, you didn't text me until 10 a.m. First of all, that's not all day. Like, I'm barely awake by 10 a.m. sometimes. But on top of that, if that hurt your feelings, really what we're struggling with is not feeling connected and not feeling seen. That does not give you the right to police your partner's schedule and to dictate the hours at which they're awake and the hours at which they contact you and how much they contact you and when they... No. This man has a desire, I think, to control every aspect of his partner's life, or for her to give deference to him and to say, well, is this okay? Well, what time should I, is this all right? And to continually be checking in an attempt to like stroke his ego, to make him feel like, big man in the relationship. And no. This is not a healthy dynamic to have, because at any moment that he feels disrespected, that gets turned into a demand for more control over her. To him, I think not being deferred to as the power in the relationship causes him to feel disrespected. That's a him problem, though. That doesn't give him the right to dictate what Alex does or says or when she does it or when she says it. Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, to Tim, I think respect means obedience. Fabian, I think you're 100% right. 10 a.m. is a perfectly fine time for a first text for a lot of people, to be super clear. But even if it's not, again, there's no such thing as an unreasonable request, but it is in fact a request, not a demand. You are allowed to say, hey, we've been awake for a few hours. It kind of hurt my feelings that you didn't really acknowledge me until later in the day. And then we can have a conversation about like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that hurt your feelings. Let's schedule a FaceTime for later today. There's probably stuff that you want to catch me up on. And so, you have my undivided attention. Or like, oh, I didn't realize that was a button for you. I'll make sure to put an effort to talk to you earlier, right? Or like text you later at night when you're already asleep and maybe I'm still awake, so that way you can have something to wake up to tomorrow. There's lots of the ways that we can compromise and find a middle ground here. None of it includes Tim issuing directives about the way in which Alex must live her life. None of that is okay or fair or functional or safe. Just, ugh. And also, to be clear, even if she was in the club until 4 a.m., that's her prerogative. She's an adult woman. She had a life before you. She's going to have a life after you. Spending time socially is a necessity for a lot of people. So let's not demonize that as her being irresponsible or bad. Okay, 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 1 second. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
Talking, shaking your head, looking over.
There's just so many things that have been said that are bold-faced lies. First off, the first thing you said, I was not out the night before. We went to dinner at Mi Vida the night before. And then
before we met your dad, you were in the club till 4 in the morning.
Before I met your parents. Before I met your parents, we went to dinner, which is what you were just speaking on. You said I just showed up like nothing. So
the night before we met your dad?
Can I speak?
You're saying I'm lying and making something up.
Can I speak?
He just got caught in a lie. And he's mad about it.
When we went to meet your family, we went to dinner before that. And if you see that I look a little upset, it's because I was. The night before, when we went to dinner, which was the same day that he met my family, I was asking him, how do you feel? Where's your head at? I'm so thankful you read that beautiful letter to my dad. It was a very emotional day, all the things. And he answered that he had doubts.
I have like an hour.
And I just was kind of taken back because I'm just like, how do you do that whole performance and then say, I have doubts? My dad shook your hand and said, what? I accept you as my son. And 3 hours later, you say, I have doubts. Why? And then a day after that, we're ending an engagement. Why even get him involved? You know how much that meant to me. You already had these doubts. And if you had these doubts,
good for Alex.
Why did we meet my family?
Good for
That's
Alex.
What I had an issue with.
Stand up for yourself.
To sit here and try to be like, oh, I have so much respect for you, but you broke up with me because of allegedly a nap or I didn't do the dishes. The hate that you projected onto me on that breakup was mind-blowing. It's like I killed your dog. It felt like this was a situation for you to have it out and you took it and ran with it. So what was this relationship real? Like, do you have respect for me? Because I don't feel like you do.
First of all, you wonder why I don't talk to you, but you sit here and call me a bitch to my face.
You laugh at everything that she says. Oh my God. You literally have been laughing at everything she says. That's disrespectful. You have no room to call her disrespectful.
Because she's
I'm
not,
sorry.
She is telling, look, I get it. This is your version of the truth, but I feel very attacked.
See how Tim feeling very attacked has turned into Tim has been attacked and is being disrespected and is being called a bitch when she didn't do that at all today. Like, also, I want to be clear. Her name calling him way back when they were in Cabo, that's not okay. Never name call your partner. Really try to avoid that. It's toxic. It never leads to anywhere good. And also, for what it's worth, you can take those words back. And yes, this is very much the women being homies. So if you have that on your bingo card, you can mark that off. On top of that, it seems very clear. Oh, Danny, you got bingo. Yay. It seems very clear that Tim has a pattern of spinning loosely based truths in order to make him look like the only reasonable person in the relationship. And so that's why, obviously, he has to have all the control. Alex can't be trusted because she's out in the club and she's being disrespectful and she blah, 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 blah. No, none of that is true. None of that is helpful. And none of that's going to lead to a functional relationship either. Yes, exactly. Why aren't the girls ganging up on Tim like they did on Nick? Hello? Okay. 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 27 seconds. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
To where it's like you're saying that I didn't do something honestly when, again, this entire time you were asking me to do everything I can for your family. So I did it. And I don't feel like I was getting anything in return. That entire week, I am telling you, hey, can we work on this? Hey, can we work on this? Can we work on this? We can work on this. And I felt like I was getting nothing in return.
Why would
we
I
were
want
still
to meet your
doing
parents
work.
when you just told me you had doubts after you played in my dad's face?
How did I play in his
Period.
face?
You played in his face.
What was
you
the joke
said you
about
wanted
that?
to be with me, and you had doubts the entire time. That was a bold
And then,
lie.
and then you fell
Is
asleep
it safe
on my
to say,
parents.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do this to save both y'all. I think it's safe to say, since you haven't spoken in a year, sorry to the audience, I'm sure you want the juice. I think you guys need to speak afterwards, privately.
I don't think we do at all.
Then there we
We
have it.
haven't
Then there
spoken
we
yet.
have
Yeah, I don't
Because right
think
now
so
all
at
we're
all.
going to do is he said, she said. We definitely have heard both sides, and I think it seals the deal how important it is to communicate and how important it is to be on the same page. And I think you guys were just square peg round hole trying.
Ooh.
I understand if you guys don't ever speak together again, but maybe this is something to hash out personally.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think it's clear and obvious that you guys have not spoken since that day. But Alex, what have you been up to since that day? Catch us up on what's been going on in your life.
The way that these two are intervening to shut them both down and not to tell Tim to like shut the fuck up is beyond me. Panic, did you get bingo? Also, to be clear, Autistic Frog, I love that you got second bingo. But just so y'all know, you can only win prizes one time. So if you get like blackout bingo, you only get a packet of stickers one time. Is there more Tim information? What do you mean that it was recorded? What is that? Also, yeah, it's very clear that it does not matter what Alex says or does. Tim's never going to take accountability for anything. So, Tim can fucking go away. Mods would love to know the most recent bingo call. Sorry. I don't remember. Hold on, let me think. It was, no, not the Lachey's give marriage advice. It was something. Hold on, let me look. Let me look at the chat. I'll find it. It was something to do with, hold on, did anyone find it? Oh yeah, the women being homies. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, women being homies. Mods, that's what it was. Thank you to my chat for helping us out. Okay, 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 37 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Honestly, work and really honing in on family.
Your love for your family, as well as your love for your family, Tim, is definitely known, and it was, I love your relationship with your daddy.
Yeah, and Tim, obviously.
Just for what it's worth, also the way that she's rocking back and forth, very clear that she is stressed and dysregulated. Like, this woman, I would venture a guess, has been through the ringer with this man, because she is like, she's doing this, which is a very common, I am trying to calm my nervous system down type of repetitive movement. There was something else, but I don't remember. Oh, yes, the hosts move on before an issue is resolved. Very much that. So if you have that on your bingo card, you can mark that off too. Okay, 1 hour and 12 minutes and 58 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
So we saw a picture of you and Tyler and Garrett doing a little fishing. Do you get a chance to catch up with any of the other guys? That
Yeah,
were
surprised
man,
he
the
hangs out
boys
with
has been the
Tyler.
boys. So obviously I didn't find a wife through this process, but man, the brotherhood amongst the entire cast is a bond. It's real. So it's been really nice to just be able to text a Bodie. Let's watch a football game. Let's hit up Ty. Let's
Ladies, what about you? Do you guys keep in touch with each other? I mean, I know
Misogynists love
three of
hanging
you,
out with
obviously.
each other.
Girls trip.
Every day.
Yeah?
Lots of
Really?
girls
What was
trip.
the girls trip you guys took? Who was
We
it?
went to, it was
Deep
went to-
Creek. There was a
yeah.
few of us, like 6 or 7 of
us
went
three
to
and
Deep
some
Creek.
other girls who didn't get engaged.
Alex drove a boat. Yeah, I got my boat license.
Yeah, she got a boat license for the day. That's great. All right, well, some of our former participants definitely know what it's like to go
Woodruff,
through
you
this
got a
journey and then to come out on the
bingo.
other side stronger and happier than ever. And I'm talking specifically about you, girl, Jessica, one of our favorite brides from season 1.
Yeah.
Honestly, good for Jessica.
Jessica, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Introduce us to your husband, please.
This is my amazing husband and partner in life, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
What's up, Ben?
So how'd you guys meet?
A girlfriend of mine was managing my Instagram, and he slid into the DMs. And then we met out one night. Everything went really well. The next day, LA shut down for COVID. So we became a quintessential COVID relationship. We spent all of our time together. And Ben is, when I met him, was an amazing single dad. And so I got to know his kiddos during that time, and we all just formed a really great family bond. And then in 2022, we got married.
awesome.
Yes, Jessica did feed wine to her dog. Unclear
We
what the
actually
fuck
have a
that
video
was about.
clip from both of your wedding day. We're going to take a look right now, and afterwards we're going to be joined by a very special guest.
I see the sun is shining. I see the sunshine when I'm by your side.
No music. Oh my God. Honestly though, I am happy for Jessica that she got this whole situation sorted out outside of Love is Blind, because she really, I think, deserved better. She has since said that the dog had a terminal illness, so she was just letting them do whatever. Oh, okay. Never mind. Fair enough. Oh yeah, she had a baby.
Say hi. Say hi, everybody.
Don't
Say
love that we're
hi.
putting our son on TV.
So this is little Dax.
This is Dax.
Dax, what's up, man? Low five. Check. Check. High five. Oh, yeah. Oh, people.
He's just the sweetest.
We are so happy for you guys. Congratulations.
He's good. He's handsome. He is handsome.
I love dressing the littles as like little men, like the suits, all the things. Well, thank you so much for bringing.
The best laugh ever.
Bye, Dax.
See you, Dax.
Thanks for Ben's on dad duty. Thank
That
you so
was
much.
really
It's really
cute.
great to see like the full circle moment. Again, 80s in the front, like, oh, I'm sick. We know that the connections formed in the pods don't work out for everyone, but we love keeping you all in the family, and we've spoken to AD earlier. So I want
Okay, yes. Yeah, Vanessa not shutting up about babies. If you have that on your bingo card, you can mark that off. Lengthy compilation between this and Zach and Bliss. Yeah, you're right. If you have lengthy compilation on your bingo card, you can mark that off too. Boop, 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 boop. Actually, a sweet moment. Nobody's had a pregnancy reveal. Nobody's like pregnant. People have had a baby reveal, but no pregnancy reveals. Allie, you got bingo. Yeah, I mean, I struggle with people putting their kids on TV. To me, that's just not sweet. I'm sorry. Okay. 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 26 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
talk to Marshall and Nancy. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got our OGs.
Oh boy.
We'll start
don't
with
remember
ladies
these
first.
people, I'll
Nancy,
be
what's
honest.
going on with you? How have you been? How's life?
What I've been up to in life, so I moved to the best city in the world. I moved to New York City. And I think what was so great is that for the first time in my life as an adult, I made a decision to move to a city that was for me, not for a job, not for a relationship, not for school. It was, where do I want to go? And that was a big part of my learning and my discovery. And I met my partner. He is here. He's being shy.
Well, congratulations.
that's fair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Marshall, what's been going on in your world, man?
Things have been going great. I relocated to Los Angeles. I'm living here now, so sorry, Zach and Bliss. I'm no longer in Seattle. I am single. I am chasing my mountaintop, doing the things that I need to do as a, I often say this as a man, but as a human, as an adult, and things are going great. I can't complain.
August, you got bingo.
Well, thank you for coming and
Hernandez,
spending the night
you got
with us.
bingo.
Absolutely.
One of our favorite parts about each season is meeting the families. You guys are so brave, and you're so incredible for sitting here through all of this. I would love to get into your brain right now. Taylor's parents, Fong and Tom. Welcome.
guys.
Hi.
This is the blurriest
How was
close
it
up
being
of
able
all
to
time.
see firsthand their love story kind of unfold?
Oh, who was with Bartiz? Got
It
it.
was exciting and very touching that they found each other and
You got this.
very
one.
happy. Very happy.
Real quick, the two random people is like two other contestants dating each other, not just like actually randos. Sorry. You only have so much space on the squares, so. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going. 118.05. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
That they found each other and they're in love.
It wasn't the way we scripted it, but thank you, Netflix, because all the money I had saved for that grandiose wedding.
Netflix!
Favorite joke ever. Has Garrett taken you fishing yet, though, Tom? Am I going to start something right now?
No, but we've had a couple golfing experiences.
I love the term experience. That's golf
Don't forget to yell for.
Taylor's dress is really cool.
So I
It's
know
like
that this was a big
sculptural.
thing for you guys, was where you were going to live, and you talked about San Diego a lot. Where are you today on that transition as a married couple?
So right now we're living in Fredericksburg, and that's where we've been for the past year. And now we're looking at, ironically enough, we're looking at moving to DC. So because we spent a lot of time in San Diego and a lot of time abroad, and Taylor and I went through some moments where it was, as you saw on the show, it was very difficult for me to be away from my family and friends and to process that. And I wanted to give that to Taylor so bad, and so we tried. We spent a lot of time away, but it was very difficult for me to to go through that, and I ended up sharing that with Taylor, and it was difficult. And so, her being incredibly understanding and patient wife that she is,
Incredibly
we talked
is
about
his
it, and
favorite
she
word.
agreed, like maybe we do something a bit more neutral ground, something closer to home. So DC seemed like the next natural fit. So we're excited about starting a life there together and seeing where it goes.
I'd lived in DC for 5 years, and the show had approached me, and I was kind of ready to go home, but I figured, this will be my last hurrah, why not? So you can clearly see how amazing my parents are and how I was ready to be by them, but it's, when you get married, you become a unit, and I love you guys so much, and I don't know what the future has, but home is with Garrett, and so I'm excited to figure out this next chapter with you.
Okay, that's
Wow.
kind of
I'm getting all choked up
cute.
over here.
Me and AD right now.
I mean, listen, I don't agree with the fact that they're just like refusing to move because I suspect that his mom is a boy mom. But the sentiment that like your partner is your home is kind of cute. So yeah, if you have actually cute moment, you can mark that off on your bingo card. Suspect. Listen, yeah, it's like half cute. I think it's cute. I don't agree with the choice, but it's also not my marriage though. Like I think honoring that you and your partner form a unit is like a sweet thing. That's something that I think more people should keep in mind, especially because a lot of people's expectation when you get married is that like until you have kids, you're not your own family, and that's not true. You and your partner, regardless of your marital status or how many kids or if you have kids at all, you guys are a family. Like you're a family in your own right, and I think people should respect that more. So, my cats and I are our own family. Yes, that too. Okay. 1:20:23. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Garrett, you mentioned that you guys have been doing a lot of traveling in this first year of marriage. I think we have some footage of that. Let's take a look.
No, none of the music, thanks. Some cutesy little selfies. You love to see it. They're on the beach. Okay, being cute. London. Okay, we're on a vehicle of some kind. Honestly, he looks better with just like sort of long hair, but not like long hair. Not that. Nope. Kind of that. A little bit longer. There was a clip of him with like long hair that was really cute.
I'm glad you cut that stash off.
Well, see, okay, Tyler just said I'm glad you cut
I
that
like
stash
this,
off.
the mustache. I think this mustache
let's
is
talk
nice.
about the glow up of Garrett. I mean, you're going viral on the internet right now with the hair, with the 5 o'clock shadow. You modeled in Fashion Week.
Yes.
Is this like the wifey effect, or is this
Taylor's
all
like
you?
so proud of herself.
No, this is all Garrett for sure, but I saw the potential first. Just
You don't lie.
And I've always thought that you were very sexy.
This is all you. So you were just like, I'm
Well,
gonna
that's
grow
very
out my
nice.
hair.
I've always had a latent interest in fashion, and I think we all have lots of different latent interests. And being married to a very fashionable and beautiful woman, I don't know, it just felt like, it's finally found somebody worth looking good for, worth paying attention to my looks. And so she opened up that door for me, and yeah, we're running with it.
Well, it sounds like the move to DC is imminent, but
Weird way
aside
to
from that
voice
move,
that.
what else is next for you guys? What's on the horizon?
I'm gonna follow him on Instagram, I think.
You'll like it. You'll like it. And a vacation.
And a vacation, yeah.
Yeah, you need that.
Well, I think for us, we are people that are very rigid and want to plan everything, but when we let the universe open up, we found each other, which has been the best adventure of them all. And so I think next for us is just being open to everything and anything. Spending more time with friends and family now that we're a bi-coastal couple is also a top priority for us.
Yeah, I'm extremely restless when I don't know the answer to something, and I think I spent a lot of the beginning of our marriage trying to know where we're going, what's going to happen, and it was not easy or fun. But once I just decided to just let go and let us be us and take one step at a time, I've really fell into this. I'm really happy.
Well,
take the ride.
You went onto the show without knowing the answer, and look where it led both of you guys. Well, congratulations as one of our married couples this season. I look forward to, we
So
both look forward to
cute.
seeing you on the other side in one of our next reunions. But I do want to go back to our other married couple. You guys mentioned in Cabo a tattoo, right? We kind of glazed over that. We haven't even talked about
No,
it.
we haven't talked about it. I haven't got her name tattooed on me, but I'm not opposed to it still to this day. The only people
I'm glad they brought that up.
You forgot about
I
that
got
part?
you, girl. I told you I got you, girl.
I got some space for it. We'll talk about it.
Would you really? Still on the chest?
Absolutely.
You guys talked a lot about wanting to start your own holiday traditions.
Yeah.
With the holidays coming up, what do you guys got planned? What do we got in store?
We had our first ornament that we had.
Yeah.
What else did we do? We went to a cabin, like one of those little mini getaway cabins. We did that.
Yeah. So that's our thing. We're going to create a new ornament every year. So we had one last year. We'll do one next year.
None of those are
and then we'll split up with
traditions.
the families. Last year we were with
Taylor
Ashley
said,
Family,
I want to
which
do that.
Love them. Took me in like I was one of their own. Had a great time. I think this year we'll split between Pittsburgh and Maryland.
We have some great footage of you guys in your last year of marriage, so let's take a look at that. This is Ashley and Tyler.
I don't care to see that. Yay, look at us. Just co-signing each other's dishonesty. Well, just his dishonesty. Yeah, and when you know it, looks like there's no kids.
In his matching pajamas. And Cobes, look.
Not that I anticipate that they would show the kids anyways, because they're, you know, ostensibly meant to be being protected, but still.
Love it.
Congratulations again.
Love seeing that. Love it. Guys, every season we fall in love with a new group of hopeful singles and find so much happiness in watching the married couples thrive from what they discovered through this experiment.
This Valentine's Day 2025 will mark the 5-year anniversary of the premiere of Love is Blind, and it is going to be the launch of season 8, which takes place in Minneapolis. Here to kick off that season of celebration, we have 3 of the season 8 participants in the audience here. Can you guys wave?
What's up?
Hey. Hi, Alex. Oh, we got a shock over there. I can't see. Brittany. Hey, girl. How are you? And Joey. Again from Minneapolis. Yay. Alex, can you wave to everybody?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Without giving too much away, what was it about living in Minneapolis that was having you struggle with finding the one that made you finally say, I'm going to go on Love is Blind?
I personally just prioritized other things in my life and work and friends and travel. It's such a small community. It's not like a major city, but it's also not a small town. So you kind of see the same people over and over, and it's a small bar scene. So yeah, I just never found the right person that clicked for me, but I'm excited to be here.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really learn about who you are, how you communicate, and how well you work in a relationship. And I know I've taken a lot of those lessons into my marriage and just into life itself. So I would say just jump in and be yourself, and good luck.
Yeah. I'm not going to let it go.
I mean, surely they've already filmed.
It is now? Okay. Anyways, I want to thank so much our season 7 cast for being here, being open, being vulnerable, being true. I want to thank our parents for coming. Thank you for spending the time with us.
Yeah, if you have the experiment, you can mark that off also.
OGs, we always love you. You're family for life. And thank you to everyone watching yet another memorable journey.
And once again, thank you to the Washington, D.C. crew for taking this leap and opening your hearts to us all. Thank you guys so much.
Good night, everybody.
It is also absurd that in 5 years they've had 8 seasons. Like, they need to cool their fucking jets.
I'm so sorry, Leo. I think you need to take a sip out of Brittany's drink first, right?
All right, here we go. At the reunion, we'll all have some fun. To Love is Blind.
Please don't.
We've all had our time. Cheers, everybody.
Hey, you man's a poet.
I hated that. Wow. I took off the someone reads a poem thing because I was like, that's wild. Should have left it on there. Okay. Here's the deal. I'm going to post a screenshot of the call sheet. The most recent call was the experiment, by the way. So I'm going to post a screenshot of that on the YouTube community tab, and then I'll leave the stream up in the Discord. You guys will have like 5 minutes. Go scan through that thing. I have to leave here in like 20 minutes. So go scan through that thing. Make sure if you got a bingo, submit the form. Like, submit it right now, because if you want your name on the list to get put on the wheel for big prizes, then make sure that you've submitted that form, and then everybody's name is getting copy pasted into a big wheel, and then we will draw for big prizes. Okay, so 5 minutes, and then we will be back to spin the wheel for big prizes. So if you want a big prize, then stay. Otherwise, I love you so much, and I'll see you next week. Okay, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I was verifying bingos. Me and the mods had to verify that the people who submitted forms actually won. So we were doing that. So thank you for your patience. Okay. Are we ready? Yeah, I have to get out of here super soon. So we're going to close that. Go away. And then put this here. And then we're going to change this to be this. Okay. And then we can undo the overlay on this and make this maybe a little bit larger. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Spin like the wind. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We have 8 prizes to give away. I know that this might not be the most popular answer, but I'm going to draw 8 names and you're getting a prize. It will be a surprise. Okay. I also want to stress the 3 things that Lou made, the crocheted snails and the produce bag, the little baggie. Lou wanted me to communicate to y'all that Lou does have cats. They were not like involved in the making of the thing, but it is kind of like impossible in some way to completely eliminate all like pet odor, dander, those kinds of things. So if you're like severely allergic, for example, to cats, then this might not be the prize for you. Yeah, the cats were not quality control, not hands-on. But if that is an issue for you, then let us know after the fact and we can draw other names. Okay. Okay. We're just going to do the damn thing. Here we go. Drawing 8 names of all the bingo winners. Let me just double check that the form isn't updated. And I don't think so. It looks like we're good. Yep. We're good. Just kidding. There are 2 more names. Hold on. Oh, please. Hopefully that doesn't do what I think it's going to do. It doesn't. Okay, great. Love is Blind has also exhausted me, Christine. So I feel that on a deep spiritual level. Oh, bless. Thank you, Lou. Okay. 2 more names. I'm glad that I checked. Okay. Here we go. Prize number 1. We're spinning. Oh my gosh, Raven Nymph, you won. Hold on, let me write these down because Lord knows I'll never remember. Okay, so surprise number 1, Raven Nymph. Yeah, thank you for tagging them, Gems. Okay, prizes, Raven Nymph. Okay. I feel like it's fair to remove somebody's name after. So I'm going to remove your name. That way we get 8 independent people who win the prizes. Okay. Prize number 2. Natty! After all the bad luck, you had some good luck, my friend. Yay, I'm so excited for you, Natty. Okay. I hate that my phone autocorrects all of your usernames. That's their name. Okay. Okay, so we've got Raven Nymph and Natty so far. Remove all instances. Yay! Congratulations! Okay. Number 3. It's so fun watching the wheels spin. Christine! Yay! You won something, Christine! Christine! Christine with a K. Yeah, Nurse Christine with a K. You won! I'm removing all of the instances of your name, but you won! I'm so excited for you, my friend. Okay. Christine said, oh. Okay. Prize number 4. Does this count as Mickey says Christine? I I can't tell who that is. Ferns, you won! Oh my god. I don't even think Ferns is here today. FRN CSK. Fernska. I don't think Ferns is here today, but we'll have to let them know. Remove. Okay. And prize number 5. Spinning, spinning, spinning. Yeah, congrats if you're on the replay, Ferns. We'll have to let them know. Panic Buddy. I'm so glad that I added you at the last second because I almost did not. Yay. You won. Congratulations, friend. You're definitely here then. Yeah, okay, great. All right. Prize number 6. The good news is that you get more and more likely to win as the spins go on. Chem Mix Baby 44. I feel like an auctioneer. 44, that's me. Get some cold cuts. Get some cold cuts. Okay. Baby 44. Okay. Prize number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. First you won. And Mabby, you won. I love that your username is Abby and also Mabby. 4885. That's you. You got a prize. I think Mabby was here earlier. Okay. Let's see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the last prize. Last one. Last big one. Blythe, you won. Congratulations. I'm so excited for you. Okay. We did it, you guys. I'm so excited for you all. Okay. Let's see. I don't think we have any other orders of business. I gotta fly like the wind. I've never been this lucky in my life. Ferns, well, you're lucky here, man. I know we made it through Love is Blind. Honestly, tell you what, we're going to spin it one more time and then one person will get all 3 of the sticker packs in case they missed them. So we'll spin one more. Okay, hold on. We're spinning one more time. In case anybody missed the stickers. Avery Pan! Avery Pan, I feel like you won last time too. Oh my God. Okay, great. Perfect. Avery Pan gets all of the stickers in case they missed any. All right, you guys, we did it. Okay, I love you all so much. Thank you for hanging out with me for stream and for making Love is Blind bearable. That's my Amazon cart. If you won one of the big prizes, give me a couple of days because I have to coordinate some shipping things. But if you won regular stickers, I should be able to get them out to you soon. If I run out, I will try to reach out to you to get your preference on another sticker pack. But if I cannot reach you within 48 hours, I'm just sending you other stickers. So with peace and love, I'm going to send you fun things, but sometimes not everything works out exactly the way that we want it to. So, okay, I love you all so much. Thank you for hanging out with me for stream. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.